Good morning, afternoon or evening to snooker fans wherever you might be watching around the world. This is the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, England, the now traditional home of the BetVictor Championship League. After yesterday's 2 147s and 21 tons, record-breaking for a single day in this event, both the tournament and the venue could be described as Century Central. And we can expect both quality and drama today as we work towards the Group 6 winner being identified here tonight. With 3 wins out of 3 so far, Wu Yize is looking good to secure his spot in the playoffs. But the group is wide open, with no one out of the semi-final reckoning yet. Xiao Guodong and Zhang Anda get proceedings underway on Table 2, while on Table 1, there's a double-header for the reigning world champion. In Match 2, Xiao faces Wu, but first, it's a very attractive meeting between two of the game's most entertaining attacking stars. Xiao Xintong against Jack Lisowski. Let's get what should be quite a show on the road. Joining me in comms for this one is David Hendon. And Dave, predictions tough, but one thing that's easy to forecast, this will not be pedestrian.
Well, I've been looking forward to this match. How can you not? Two great natural talents. Jack was certainly in the mood to attack yesterday, and it paid off in spells, not in every match by any means. But he is, as we've seen, nicely positioned third in the table. Xiao Xintong just behind him, because he's won a couple fewer frames. But straight away, first shot, in goes a long red. Of course, he topped Group 5. He won 6 out of 6 and then won his semi-final, but lost in the final to Mark Selby. And I thought yesterday early on, there was just signs that maybe, you know, he's getting a bit fatigued. But he did actually win his first match against Jack Jones. He lost to Xiao Guodong and he beat Zhang Anda. So he's very much in the mix. I'd be very surprised if Xintong's not in the playoffs later. Because, of course, he's got 2 matches after this. Yeah, 21 centuries yesterday, but of course we've actually got more matches today, so, you know, there's a potential for even more.
Lisowski's known about the talents of Xiao Xintong for quite some time. Xiao beat him when he was a teenager in the last 32 of the Wuxi Classic in 2014. 5-2, the scoreline there. But Lisowski has had the better of their head-to-heads. He leads 3-2, including a 4-1 win over Xiao in the last 32 of this season's English Open. You know, he's played very nicely here this week, Xiao, but he has missed quite a few to middle. And it was missing a red to the middle pocket that cost him the final of Group 5. Undercut a red to the opposite middle pockets against Mark Selby, and Selby cleared up.
Lisowski was in the mire early yesterday, lost his first 2 matches to Zhang Anda and Wu Yize, but in the evening beat Jack Jones and then made 3 centuries in that 3-2 win over Oliver Lyons.
Yeah, the suggestion for me was, after his first 2 matches, he was just going to fizzle out and not be a factor. You know, certainly he's a factor now.
14. One.
Certainly, in terms of trying to win frames yesterday, his approach couldn't be faulted. Of course, it didn't always work, but it seemed he was very determined early to get the reds open, try and kill frames off in one visit, and in the end, that's what he was doing against Oliver Lyons.
28.
I always think, though, day two, the group, it always feels more serious because, of course, it's when the group's decided. It is more serious, really.
Yeah, this is a little serious for Lisowski. Cue ball uncomfortably close to that side cushion. Not a great amount of angle on the black either. Oh, lovely stuff. That really was top quality.
36.
But more good cueing required here. Just couldn't leave a really easy pot off that black. The red just to the left of the blue is not a certainty. Now it's in, though.
37.
The frame should be his.
Yeah, Xiao got in with a good long red, but missed to middle pocket. And looks very costly, and that's the kind of level we're at here, really. It's not taking many mistakes, or any, really. I mean, Oliver Lyons last night, I didn't think did much wrong. He played his safety, didn't he? And there was a plant onto the yellow pocket, an unlikely one, which Lisowski spotted and got. Ooh, and now he's missed to that middle pocket. Wow. Out of nowhere.
You know, it's an easy thing to say, lapse in concentration, but it must have been. There's no other explanation. It certainly wasn't a kick. And now Xiao, having looked as though he was going to fall 1-0 behind, looks as though he's in line to make the better start.
Yeah, they're very similar players, aren't they? They're both unbelievably talented, and the only issue with that is it can sometimes feel too easy. So you just sort of think, well, you know, you're plodding along, not even really thinking about things, but anything's missable in this game if you're not absolutely focused. Sort of less talented players have to focus on every shot.
No.
The pink to middle to go naturally down for the yellow. Xiao 9 in front on arrival at the colours, so he needs yellow to blue.
39. 41.
Just a smidgen more complex than normal because the blue is on the pink spot and the pink occupies the blue spot. Really good break, this. He's made it look easy, though.
59. And the frame goes in front.
A 59 clearance to pink. That was a frame of 2 twists. First, Xiao missed to middle. Then, even more surprisingly, Jack Lisowski missed to the same middle pocket with a frame at his mercy. Xiao did not require any further invitation. He leads 1-0. Just a reminder, over on the other table right now, it is Xiao Guodong and Zhang Anda doing battle in a really important match for the group. I think everyone that's coming up in the next few hours will be important, Dave.
Yeah, every frame's going to count. Zhang's won the first there.
Yeah, I think Xiao Guodong, this is his 4th consecutive group, and eventually there is a question of stamina, both mental and physical, and maybe he's running out of steam, even though he made a 147 yesterday.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a surprise, that, but anyway, all he's not lost yet. He's only 1-0 down. So 2 similar shots were missed in that frame, 1 each, and Singtong was able to capitalise. There's an argument these two are the best ball strikers on tour, so, you know, it's a match you've got to savour.
Second frame, Xiao should done to break.
He was always going to take it on, but in missing it, he's left the simpler opening for Xiao Singtong.
Little indecision, which is unlike him. Well, he powered through a gap.
Wow.
That's exquisite. Yeah, when you commit to potting a red from distance off your opponent's break, especially at this level, it's advisable to knock it in. If you don't, most certainly don't hit it too thick, which Lisowski did.
6.
And now he could pay a hefty price.
Or not. I think this is what the match is going to be like. You know, they can pot anything, but they can kind of miss anything as well. That, I mean, there's been easier pots than that today, but you kind of just fancy these two for everything. Seems there are more left-handers around than ever, and they've always kind of been associated with being entertaining. Obviously Jimmy White, or latterly Judd Trump, many others as well.
Yeah, this is undoubtedly the greatest representation of
14.
Southpaw snooker players the Pro Tour has ever known.
10.
And it's not just numbers, it's quality as well. Well, Lisowski was looking at the red that's close to the left-hand side cushion. He was worried that would be a blocker for the red to middle he is going to take on. It isn't a blocker, but this is not anywhere near perfect. Lovely stuff, just flicking off the red up for the blue, helped by the fact there's a red in the bottom half of the table.
We were talking yesterday about Neil Robertson and Chang Bing-yu, big match on Monday night in Germany. Well, I can tell you that Chang's withdrawn, so that's not going to happen. Unfortunately, we see this every year. I don't know the details, but every year Chinese players seem to struggle to get the requisite visas. I'd be amazed if that's not the reason. So that's a shame for him, and indeed for the audience.
Yeah, of course, if it's a first-round match, a substitute can be brought in, but not at that stage, so Robertson is the beneficiary of a bye.
Well, we're in this position again where he just needs to focus a bit because they're all there for him, clearly 40 in front.
47.
Didn't have any 3-0s on this table yesterday and only one on table 2. That was Xiao Guodong's defeat of Xingtong.
He wasn't happy with that positional shot off the black, but actually it's done him a favour because he's got rid now of the only awkward red on the table. They're all in the open from here. Let's see a century jack. We're getting withdrawal symptoms. Oh, and then that middle pocket again. The same one trips him up. And look at this. The lead is only 54 with 67 there.
He's one of these players, Jack. I think everyone loves watching him, but there's a sense in which you're watching him through your fingers because every now and again something like that happens out of nowhere. I mean, the frame was at his mercy there, 54 in front. Very little more to do. Every ball's possible now, so this is a big chance for Xiao Xingtong to turn this frame and this match around.
Yeah, that's compelling unpredictability. Lisowski's got us, as Dave said. Tony Drago, even a double world champion, Alex Higgins. You never knew exactly what you're going to get from him from one shot to the next. What a blow this would be.
12.
Or from Xiao's viewpoint, what a boost. And there's no reason why he can't clear up here. No hint of a stumbling block. Especially now the pink's on its spot, the table even more tidy.
19. Twenty. 27. 28.
'The deficit reduced to 19 points. It means Xiao needs the 6 colours.
27. 44.
Well, it could be any score by now. It could be 2-0 either way. It could be 1 each. Lisowski will feel it certainly should be 1 each based on this frame. It's a little stretch here, but just the pink needed.
55.
Sorry, he needs the he needs the black as well, but I can't see him missing it.
Indeed, that was deadly, but the architect of his own downfall was undoubtedly Jack Lisowski. He missed a very simple red to the left-hand middle pocket as we're looking in the first frame. That cost him, and he missed a simple red in the second as well. Xiao clears up. He leads 2-0. Let's have a quick look on table 2, where it's also going to be 2-0 for Zhang Anda over Xiao Guodong. He's so steady, isn't he, Zhang? We've talked about players who can miss anything and who are very unpredictable. When he's playing well, Zhang is the opposite of that. He's entirely predictable. Hardly ever seems to make a mistake.
Well, this break is 86 at the moment, so centuries on. He made 3 yesterday.
I mean, you have to say, from match to match or tournament to tournament, maybe Zhang is inconsistent, but when he's playing well in a particular contest, I think he's one of the most consistent players you could ever wish for. His concentration is excellent, actually, in the balls.
Yeah, he focuses on every shot. Pink for the century then. First of the day. Won't be the last. I think we can say that with some certainty.
So a couple of 2-0s on the board already, and that means Xiao Guodong and here Jack Lisowski quickly in trouble. Well, given the way the first 2 frames have transpired, Lisowski is entitled to feel a little dispirited. That might boost his spirits, though. As does the kiss.
You kind of never worry about Jack with difficult pots. It's more, like I say, when he's in, sometimes just the odd miss here and there can cost him. It did in the last frame. It did in the first frame, actually.
A slightly different contact on the red. Might well have worked out nicely, but it's end of break. Just thinking about this, you know, Xiao, if he were to convert this 2-0 lead into a victory. With 3 wins,
Like Lisowski.
I reckon it would be almost impossible for him to be relegated, so at least he'd be back for Group 7. I say almost impossible. Over the years, certain very unlucky individuals have been relegated from a group having won 3 matches, but it's once in a blue moon stuff. Now that was a little loose. Quite a big target to go into. And with the red going past the black, yeah, that wasn't Xiao's finest moment.
It's an example of what I was saying earlier. You know, any chance he's got to develop balls, he will do. It can sometimes carry risk, but it can also carry reward, which is what he's looking for. Again, you know, sort of wasn't content with how open they were. He's gone into them again.
16.
But what a chance now. But he had good chances in the first 2 frames and he's 2-0 down.
Now that was a really nice shot to hold on the correct side of the blue. Cue ball immediately gripped the cloth as he played the red. Well, again, the only barrier between Lisowski winning the frame and going just 2-1 down appears to be himself. Can he keep that concentration going for a sufficient amount of time? This is how you might see the reds and colours placed on a table when someone's on a practice table with 5 minutes to go before a match, just loosening the arm.
43.
Quite interesting though, because as I came in
44.
this morning about 20 minutes before play began to the commentary box, we're just by the practice tables, there wasn't a single person on them. It's quite unusual. You can tell Gary Wilson's been knocked out. He would have been on it for sure.
49.
Obviously, they all had a day's play yesterday. Some of them were here the first 2 days as well. It's not like they haven't played. this week.
50.
So, getting to the point where he faltered in the last frame. But it's only a red and a black needed here now, and it'll be 2-1.
7. 15.
I think a point you made earlier, though, was well made. One of Lisowski's problems, he finds the game too easy. In fairness, it's a nice problem to have, but it is a problem.
Well, Xingtong's the same, isn't he? I mean, he missed a pink for a maximum in a tournament in China this season. Just kind of not looking at it. It wasn't pressure. Just almost, you know, it was in, because how can he miss it? But if that's, unfortunately, if that's how you think, you can.
72. 73.
Yeah, one of the things that stimulates is a challenge in any walk of life.
80.
And for Lisowski to pot balls is not really a challenge. For him to control the cue ball again, not a challenge. What is a challenge? Is just maintaining that mental focus.
Well, he made 4 centuries yesterday, and he hadn't made one in a tournament since the Champion of Champions here in Leicester in November.
89.
Needs to get on the last red here to make another. Yeah, nicely done. It's been a lovely break. Really nice.
95. 96.
This isn't a route I wanted to go down, but I will anyway. He was always regarded as the best player yet to win a world ranking event. Then he won Northern Ireland. It's rather cruel to say this, but I think he's the best player to win only one ranking event, maybe. Certainly in the conversation. He's got so much talent. He is exasperating. Pink and white in at the same time, but Jack Lisowski makes a very swift century, and with that he gets his first frame of the day on the board. There's an argument to say right now they should be shaking hands with the Lisowski winning 3-0. As it is, Xiao is 2-1 up. The match continues. And the match on table 2 also continues. Xiao Guodong trying to do what Jack Lisowski's trying to do. Come back from 2-0 down. He's got a great chance to notch the third frame here.
31.
Xiao made the 19th 147 of the season yesterday. And then, very quickly, Wu Yuza made the 20th.
Yeah, there have been so many, they're hard to spot.
And that's one of the great things about this format in a best-of-5 frame match. You're never out of it. 2-0. It's definitely retrievable, as both Xiao and Lisowski hope to prove. Well, for me, purely in terms of technique and sweetness of delivery, that was the best shot of the match. And that one wasn't too far behind, Dave, was it?
I mean, these are fast tables, and he's had to travel about 8-9 feet. The cue ball, he's landed on the red beautifully. I think what we need, Phil, is for... I mean, he could get in the top 16, of course, but if Jack qualifies for the Crucible, he's got to draw this man, hasn't he, on day one?
Oh.
As Xiao Jingtong just loses his way there, took a bit of a gamble. Surely that's end of break, isn't it?
Yellow ball.
Well, he's taking this on, is he? There you go. So much for end of break.
Now you see there, Dave's done thousands of hours of commentary, so have I. And normally you'd say with confidence, end of break. But Dave put in a little qualification there at the end of his previous sentence, quite correctly, because you never know with these two. So 7 points and 5 pots. Yeah, Xiao against Lisowski on day one, that would get the championship off to a blockbuster start.
13.
Yeah, of course, Xiao Jingtong is the only person now on tour who knows for sure when he'll be playing
18.
at the Crucible. Of course, a lot of people have got to try and qualify, but the top 16, all the other places will be decided in terms of the schedule, because it's different every year. But the one thing that doesn't change is on the Saturday morning and evening, the defending champion plays.
Yeah, and that's a real advantage, because then, if you win that match, you don't come back again for almost a week. If you're playing your first round match on the Wednesday or the Thursday of the first week, you're basically, in those last 12 or 13 days, competing non-stop. Judo, not the way he plays the game.
31.
Don't think he's ever going to fall victim to running out of energy. He plays with such economy of effort. Just seems like, well, it's been said before, a stroll in the park. Yes, he feels nerves, but you can't tell. And even world champions can suffer bad luck.
32. Lisowski, 6.
The only good luck for Xiao there wasn't as though he's in prime position after the shot.
Oh.
Well, he's got away with one there. He can't have played that. So, secondary kiss wasn't fatal. In fact, he's ended up safe.
And it's safe to say, over on table 2, Zhang Anda has made the best possible start of the day. He's beaten Xiao Guodong, or at least he's going to in the next few seconds, by 3 frames to 0.
Well, another long red flies in, so second bite at the cherry for Zhang Anda for Xiao Tong in this frame. Zhang Anda, I think he's going to go second for now from 6th, so that's how things can change with just one result.
3.
Yeah, the table has been updated and Zhang is second for now. We're still with 2 matches to play. Xiao Guodong's only got one more though. He's on 1 point, so he's now really struggling. He's going to play Lisowski actually later on table 2.
Next up on table 2, another crunch contest. Welshman Jack Jones against Yorkshireman Oliver Lyons. So it looks as though the finishes on table 1 and 2 might be almost synced.
17.
Lisowski entitled to fear the worst here.
18.
Well, as you say, could have won 3-0, but there were a couple of misses to the same left middle pocket that were costly. And this is match ball for the world champion, Xiao Tong.
24.
That should, you feel, see him qualify. He'll be on 3 points. He needs another one to make sure, but he'd be unlucky now to miss out. Certainly on 5th place.
.57 in front, 51 on, so 2 snookers needed by Lisowski when this red goes in. That is that.
32.
Yeah, the next match here on table 1 is Wu Yize against Xiao Tong. Whoever wins that will be mathematically certain to be in the semi-final playoffs later.
39. 40. 47. 48.
'After yesterday's glut of centuries, this match has been more about half centuries for Xiao.
53.
He finishes with a 53, added to runs of 59 and 62 earlier. Jack Lisowski can't blame anyone but himself. He had chances, and they were wasted. So the world champion, Xiao Tong, wins by 3 frames to 1. He remains centre stage because in 5 minutes' time, we'll see him play Wu Yize.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of his sport. Elisha Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! You need fair judges next time.
The most important thing from my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! I ain't getting on with Jake Paul.
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why his shirt's off.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. Next match here, an all-Chinese affair between Xiao Xingtong and Wu Yize. The table, of course, changing after every match. Wu Yize actually top, and in fact Xingtong as well on 3 points. So whoever wins this one will definitely be in the playoffs, although I think they'd both be unlucky to miss out. But it is tight. We've got 3 players on 2 points there. Zhang Anda, Jack Jones, Jack Lisowski, Xiao Guodong on 1, Oliver Lyons on 1. As you can see, Lisowski and Xiao Guodong played 5 matches, so they're running out. They've only got 1 more to play. Wu Yi's had a great day yesterday. He made his first maximum in tournament play. And he's still got 2 matches after this, so it'd be very surprising if he's not in the playoffs. He's just doing a few little exercises to get himself going. Yeah, it was a good day for him yesterday, and it was great actually. When he potted the pink, he had a big smile on his face. He knew he wasn't going to miss the black. It clearly meant a lot to him to join that list of maximum makers. We welcome back to the Championship League Dominic Dale, and you've arrived, Dom, in a very entertaining group.
Yes, very good morning everybody. What an extraordinary standard that we've witnessed in this group already. 21 centuries yesterday, 2 maximums. And as you say, Dave, this man at the table, Wu Yi, making his first career maximum yesterday. Congratulations to him. It's always a bit of a milestone in any player's career.
In terms of previous meetings, of course, they did play in Group 5 earlier this week on Monday. Xingtong won 3-2. He made a century, in fact, in the decider. He won their first meeting, that was at the German Masters 2023, and then Wu Yi won the biggest by far, the International Championship semi-finals this season. 9-6, of course, went on to win the title. But this is a much shorter match, just best of 5.
Had to play for the red just above the black there. It was the only one really that he could get onto that was potable, and he's played it pretty well. In potting this, the red just to the right of it becomes available into the opposite corner. Oh, that's a wonderful positional shot because he had very little room for error there. He's so straight on the red, he can maintain position on the black.
22.
And it's shots like that that are key to your continuance of a break. Had he got that wrong, the cue ball would have been cannoning other balls and may not have ended up on a colour.
29.
Lovely angle to go into the reds here, but they're not a great pack to go into from the black, if I'm honest. And that's why they haven't worked or fanned out nicely for Wu Yi. He still has a red to the right corner,
37.
though, but no guarantee of position from it. Has this red to the far right corner, positionally a better option but a more difficult pot. Oh, not quite, but he had to take that on, but you can see there was a lot of pressure on it because he knew that Xiao Xintong would have this simple red to the centre pocket should he have missed it, and of course he has. The red he'd like to get onto is the bottom red of those 4, because if you can knock that in, the 3 around it become available. But was too straight on the black to play for it there. And he's just beginning to lose position now. Wanted to be straight on this red to the centre. But played that nicely.
Wow. Well, obviously holding for the red, but I don't think anyone watching would have expected him to miss the blue. So look at his tip. Anyway, very unexpected. There's been a few mistakes like that. We saw a couple in the first match from him and from Lisowski.
Yeah, I mean, that missed blue came out of nowhere, but sometimes if you're just a little high on the blue and you're trying to hold for red, there are 2 things you can do. You can try and pop the blue on the thick side, so in that case off the bottom jaw to hold, or you can sometimes flick the blue and using side spin, which will help you to hold the cue ball. Well, that could have been played better. Now, that could have been a kick for me, because that cue ball seemed to go quite close to the corner pocket there, and already he's out of position.
Well, he was, but he's pulled out a miracle shot to continue. Yeah, the blue that Xingtong missed, Mark Selby missed almost an identical one at the Masters against Xiao Guodong. The same thing, holding for a red. Anyway, Wu Yizu has magicked up a shot there. Some of the snooker that's been played over the last few days has been incredible, actually.
16.
Yes, it's a young man's game now, all right? Keen eyesight, confidence, and youthful exuberance. Needs to be fairly precise here, with position to the 2 reds, which will only really pot into the left corner. Oh, this looks pretty good. He may not be able to hold for the black, but the fact that he's on the reds
21.
is everything, because he just needs 3 more balls now to win this first frame.
22. $25.
This has been typical of a lot of frames we've seen. It's been very open. There have been the odd mistake, but it's also been unbelievably entertaining. If you're a fan of safety play, maybe not so much, but in terms of just going for it and the talent on show, it's been such a terrific group. So snooker needed already. Still 1.
And big chances, given the position of the pink and the blue. If I was Xiao Xingtong, I'll be potting this yellow, leaving the cue ball behind the green. And that will do it very nicely. The only problem is, if he stuns a cue ball in behind the pink, he's got to be careful he doesn't accidentally double the green. I don't think he will. But he needs to get this cue ball close to the pink, very close if he can. And he's managed it. He couldn't really have played that much better than he has. Tap on the table from Wu Yizu. That tells you that the cue ball and the pink are very close to each other. This is not a straightforward escape. Just the 1 snooker required.
Yeah, so a bit of a twist in the tail. Not had many frames. To be honest, we haven't had many close frames, actually. There's been so many centuries and maximums. Very few that have come down to the colours. 24 in it. 25 on.
Played the only shot that he could really there without taking too much of a risk, but is this green a double potentially? Weezer attempted it. It was frame ball, almost certainly. Xiao Tong would love that blue in play. He could actually use the green to cannon it out, but he's decided to take it on. Now as he flutes it. Oh, he's fluked it. Now is he on the brown? No, he isn't. Thank goodness from Wu Yi's point of view.
Well, if it had got on the brown, then, you know, well, just put him through to the winners group if you got that sort of luck. It was lucky enough the green went in because it could have finished over a pocket. Match on table 2, just starting. Jack Jones and Oliver Lyons, both very much in the mix for a place in the playoffs. Lyons is actually bottom now, but he's got another 2 matches after that one, so he's got matches in hand.
I was having a look at Oliver's cue actually. He has a feeling that there's an issue with the joint possibly in the cue being a touch loose, and it could be. I had a look at it myself.
Ooh, double kiss. And this time he's not been lucky. He's left the brown, which will put Wu Yi as a 25 in front with 18 on, so 2 snookers needed. Well, as I say, 2 snookers on blue. Well, looks like he is coming back. Doesn't really want to pot the blue, though. 2 on the pink's not going to be easy, so... well, best of luck.
Well, I'm astonished that Xiao Tong returned to the table there. He can get him behind the black here. As Dave suggested, to get 2 snookers here with just the black as a snookering ball is a big ask. Especially now if Wu Yiza just drops the pink towards the yellow pocket very slowly. In or over, as they say.
Yeah, I mean, you very rarely see a frame one like this, and as the pink's over the pocket, Xiao Tong does stay in his seat, so it's 1-0 to Wu Yizu. It was a rather eventful frame. Xingtong did have the chance, he got the snooker, but it's Wu Yizu who claims first blood. Remember, both players on 3 points as it stands, so both looking good. And of course, we were waiting for so many years for China's first world champion. That was Xiao Tong. Who's going to be their second? I think the man in the picture there, he's a strong contender. Wu Yizu, he's only 22. He's won a tournament this season. Saw how well he played at the Masters on the big stage. We'll see. Don't want to put pressure on the players, but he's a contender. I think he'll be seeded this year. Looks like Oliver Lyons, in fact, he's just gone 1-0 up against Jack Jones on table 2. You can watch that, of course, on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Wu Wu stays on after this match to play Zhang Anda. Then it's Sing Tong against Oliver Lines. And then we've got, of course, as ever, 2 matches at 4:30 to complete the group. Playoffs follow. The final will be here on Table 1 this evening. And, of course, there's only 2 places left in that winners' group. Mark Selby, very impressive in Group 5 on Tuesday night. Already got Tom Ford, Elliot Slesser, Sergio Way and Matt Sell alongside Mark Selby in the winners' group.
Second frame. Who is it to break?
It's amazing how this game's changed these days. The standard of potting now, long potting particularly among the players, is just simply incredible, and it's actually become a disadvantage these days to break off, because it's almost impossible not to leave a pot of some sorts on for your opponent from the break off. Nowhere near enough right hand side on the cue ball to return it to this top cushion, and there is a possible red on here for Xiao Xintong. And if you miss these, you only ever miss them by the merest fraction. The danger signs here for Wu Yiza, having played such a poor safety. Oh, well, do you know, I'm sure Xiao Xintong thought he'd potted that, but somehow it stayed out. Well, this pack of reds are a wonderful pack of reds to go into from a bulk colour. I'd love to play for the yellow here to go into them.
7.
Perhaps now the yellow's a fraction thin, but does he have enough angle on the brown? He didn't play the best positional shot from the previous red. He's had to play on this red above the black and couldn't do anything about leaving himself on it in such a way as a guaranteed position. So had to screw off the pack of reds to play for the black, and that hasn't finished out too well for him because the black's rather straight and he's close to the side cushion.
19. Twenty.
Natalia Gradinari putting the pink back here. We were talking about her son Vladislav. He actually he got to the last 16 of that World Snooker Federation Junior Championship, but was beaten actually in it. But still, great experience representing Moldova, another country, you know, even 10 years ago not associated with snooker.
Yeah, absolutely. And Natalia's surname Gradinari is actually the Moldovan version of our surname Gardner.
There we are, Dom. This is what we've been missing these last few days, this information. Yeah, it was obviously tight, wasn't it? And maybe it didn't go.
34.
He thought it did.
One.
Well, Xiao Tong appears to be happy to be going into this pack of reds from the black. No, he did want to play for that loose red there to the right of the pink, but goodness me, how much reaction there did he get out the cue balls? Amazing.
9.
But he needs to score well from this opportunity. He's already a frame behind
16.
and still 18 points behind in this second frame.
17. 24. 25. 32. 33.
'Dead straight on this red would have been ideal to hold for the pink to the left corner. I'm not sure he still can. He may be able to. Fought hard to hold for the pink, but again he's missed a red to that same centre pocket just on the top jaw. Now why is that happening?
Well, it's interesting because he and Jack Lisowski both missed similar reds to that same pocket in the first match.
One. 6. 7.
Well, I suppose a semblance of hope here for Xiao Tong is the fact that Wu Yizu will need that difficult red that's near the bolt cushion there.
Well, his cue ball is quite close to the side cushion. Just left this a little more difficult than he would have liked.
13.
I may have to play for the red in bulk now from this blue. He's played it nicely, but how much angle does he have on it? Enough. In fact, he's
18.
about perfect there on the red. Can come off the side cushion and out for a bulk colour.
Twenty-three.
No obvious impediment now to winning this frame. So two quite close frames, but looks like they're going the same way. He needs yellow and green here. Well, what am I going to do with the black? Pot it is the answer. So a fine break from Wu Yize, but the chances were there on both sides. Again, that left middle pocket, as I say, it's caught a few players out today for whatever reason. And it did turn the frame in Wu's favour. He leads 2-0, and that's the same score on table 2. Oliver Lyons leading Jack Jones 2-0. So a very tight group. The one player who's struggling is Xiao Guodong because he's only got one match to play and he's on 1 point. So, of course, he's played now in 4 groups. Maybe just his race is about run. We'll see. But even if Xiao Tong loses this, he's certainly still in the mix. He'll be on 3 points with 1 more match to play. Wu Yize, though, has got 2 more to play. So he really is in good shape. He plays Zhang Anda next and then later Jack Jones on this table. Hasn't won this match yet, but looking very good to be in the playoffs later.
Yeah, it's a very tough group, isn't it? To be involved with the 4 great Chinese players. 2 of them, of course, have knocked in maximums already in this group yesterday. Xiao Tong just in readiness to break off for frame number 3, has it all to do. Still looking good in the group, though.
I mean, we've only had a match and a half, but doesn't seem to have played quite as well so far today as yesterday. He did win his first match, of course, but anyway, there's time yet. Of course, he played magnificently in Group 5. He topped the group with 6 out of 6, which is quite rare. Then he won his semi-final to make it 7 out of 7, but Mark Selby beat him in the final, 3-1. It's just too good.
Absolutely. I expect him to pop the black, and if he can cannon the red directly above it, he ought to be on a red. I think that's about how he expected to finish.
8.
He is slightly unorthodox Wu Yizi from a technical point of view, in that his backhand where he grips the cue is actually backwards of 90 degrees. It's supposed to be, according to textbook, hang at 90 degrees from your elbow, but in the case of Wu Yizi it doesn't. John Higgins is a little bit like that. He's just a fraction back of 90 degrees as well. I'm sure we'll get a chance to see that. There it is there. It's just back of 90 degrees, his backhand. And when he plays delicate shots like that, when he actually strikes the cue ball, his backhand actually finishes at 90 degrees. Again, unusual.
Sometimes you just have to accept there's not a pot on. Because if there had been, he would have gone for one. Now then, this pocket, if he's taking this on, has not been friendly to him. But that's a beautiful shot. This is why they don't play safe, Dom, because they still leave pots on.
Well, if I can be ultra critical, I thought that Wu Yizi's previous safety shot was played rather haphazardly. In Welsh we'd say a bit ling-de-long, but without care and attention really, and it could be very costly.
7.
Still a great pot though, wasn't it? I mean, when you consider some of the balls missed to that pocket today.
9.
I love the way that Xiao Xintong just floats around the table. He's such a great player to watch. Everything he does looks so effortless.
17.
Well, there is one red that goes at the bottom of the cluster. This one to right corner. Didn't get on it quite as well as intended.
Well, these reds ought to open okay for Xiao Xintong, but that little shelf of 4 reds at the back, if you can just find the junction between the 2 sets of 2, which he's managed to do there. I was going to say he ought to be on a red, and he nearly was, but that red just hasn't quite rebounded enough off the left-hand side cushion. It's cuttable, but risky. Oh, well done. Wasn't too much risk attached to it, perhaps, though. I don't think any of the other 4 reds around the pink would have been potable. Chance for a plant, perhaps, but you can play that knowledge that he probably would have been safe if it didn't find the pocket. But he's only 8 points ahead. These frames are following a very similar pattern to one another. Xiao Xintong is getting in early, but not killing off the frame, and he's losing them. Now, are those 2 reds a plant, or can they be made? Oh, they're close enough. Oh, should have been. Again though, Dave, he's missed when he's looking good to win a frame, and he's only 13 points ahead.
Yeah, and the problem is when he's missing, you know, he's always thinking only of the pot, so he's always going to be, he felt, leaving some sort of chance if he didn't make the plant.
One.
He had such a slice of good fortune there, Wu Yizri, potting the initial red. He just glanced into the two reds and the pink to separate them. And he still landed nicely on the blue, so
7.
good chance this now for 3-0 victory over the current world champion.
Yeah, and 3-0 obviously the perfect result because there are various metrics on countbacks, and one of them is the least frames lost. But if he wins frame a match here, he'll be on 4 points anyway, so he's going to qualify. It's just going to be a question of placings. He's only actually lost 3 frames, Wu Yizhi, in this group.
Can he reach this red without having to play it with the rest? If he has to use the rest, it could make a big difference to his chances of getting nicely onto a colour to get onto that tricky red to the right of the green.
Well, the only good news is the red has run past that pocket. So 16 points in the frame.
Well, this is a bit of a head scratcher for Xiao Xintong. How does he get this safe? This is very awkward. Can't do a lot with this. Oh, he's left the red on. It was difficult to get red and cue ball safe there. Nearly fluked the red, but he has left it. And one good positional shot, ideally to the green here. Frame a match could be over very quickly.
What?
Just too far perhaps for the green. May have to consider the yellow.
Free. Easy. Free.
Well, I can promise you he didn't play that. He was expecting that red to finish behind the black spot. What a bonus. And if he can just roll this green in from nowhere, it looks like winning this frame and the match 3-0.
Yeah, even when they play safe, they still pot them. Nicely done. He knew it was in. Well, big slice of luck, but he has been the better player in this match. Now Wu Yize set for the perfect result against the world champion, Xiao Xingtong. Xingtong has got another match to play against Oliver Lyons, and he may need to win that to book his place in the playoffs. He can be squeezed out, even on 3 points, depending on other results.
9.
It's the first 3-0 we've had in this group on table 1.
13. 18.
It's 2-1 now to Oliver Lyons over Jack Jones on the other table, so that continues. But this match is done, and Wu Yize advances to 4 points. It was a big fluke, obviously, that turned that frame on the last red, but as I say, he's played well overall. Xiao Xingtong remains in second place on 3 points. It's all to play for here, and the next match will feature Wu Yize against Zhang Anda.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League Pool winner.
Elisha Xiao makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Viodo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Xiao has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it?
An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steyer.
Europe have won the Moscone Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, I'm the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ.
What is that?
The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk! Come talk! Come talk!
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got. I'm going to make our company
Bigger and better.
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why his shirt's off.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, where Wu Yiza is safe in the knowledge he's going to be in the semi-final playoffs of Group 6 of the BetVictor Championship League. That's because, look at that, 4 matches played, 4 matches won. He's won 12 frames for the loss of only 3. Xiao Xintong is in second place in the group. Zhang Gander, Jack Jones, Jack Lisowski, yes, they're on 2 points, but Lisowski's only got 1 more match to go. I think Xiao Guodong is looking on very shaky ground. As for Oliver Lyons, well, he's currently 2-1 up on Jack Jones on table 2. Jones winning the third frame with a break of 104. So on we go with our table 1 action. Wu Yiza looking to retain his 100% record. Zhang Gander looking for a victory that would pretty much seal his continued participation in the tournament into Group 7, if nothing else. A win here for Zhang Dominic Dale might well be good enough to make the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fairly tightly contested group, isn't it? Although Xiao Guodong is struggling a little bit, he's taking part in so many groups, he's probably running out of steam, but that was a long way away. And there is the first mistake. Now, does the black pot to the left corner, I wonder?
There's your answer, Dom. And if this match is anything like their only previous meeting in professional competition, I think it's going to be very engaging. Wu beat Zhang Gander 6-3 in the last 32 of the International Championship in Nanjing earlier this season. Went on to capture the title, of course. And what a match it was. Wu trailed 2-1 and 3-2, but then he made centuries in 3 consecutive frames, eventually prevailing 6-3. And that was after Zhang had made the better start, making a couple of centuries of his own.
I'm pretty sure that the red closest to the black will pot into the same left-hand corner pocket, and that would be advantageous to play for here, just to free up entirely the black spot area.
16.
bit to the right of the pink that's above that little trio there. I wonder if it pots to the left centre, because I think Xiao has finished just a touch straighter on the black than intended. Well, surely there's nothing pots there. Wow, would you believe it? Did he play for that red? Goodness me. That was precise.
25.
Now, the likes of Wu and Xiao Zintong and Jack Lisowski might well have been tempted to maybe take the cue ball into the bunch there, but the one thing that Zhang Anda doesn't possess a great amount of is cue power. He's more about precision than power, Dom.
Yes, he tends to go into the pack similarly to Mark Williams. He just likes to edge a few into play. There's more control when you do that, but of course there's only a likelihood that you can be on one or two reds of playing that type of shot to develop reds, but that hasn't worked out too badly. If this red closest to the pink will pot into the green pocket, I think it will. And all I'm going to say here, Phil, is that Zhang Anda has made 4 career maximums. Will he be going for a 5th, I wonder?
Yes.
Those reds were brought into place so nicely there, but look where the cue ball's finished. I'm not sure there's anything easy on here. The red just below the pink probably pots into the left centre, and if you can see enough of it, you could play for the black. Can he get through to the potting angle of it? That's the question.
Trying his level best to keep this max attempt going. But sometimes you've just got to concede defeat. In his position in the group, winning the frame is much more important than chasing a 147 that might not come to pass anyway. Did the right thing there, Dom.
Yes, if you're in the position that Wu Yiz is in the group, where qualification is a certainty, you might be willing to take the risk, perhaps. Well, cue ball finding the corner pocket there. I think there would have been an easier pot to the right centre on had the cue ball remained above ground there. The fact that it's now in bulk, there is still a long red on for Zhang Anda, but it's not easy. But he can play for the black from this. Oh, beautiful clean pot. My goodness, the standard of potting and break building already today. Excellent.
And let me tell you something about Zhang. If his potting from distance is working, watch out, because he's so dependable in amongst the balls. As he doesn't achieve his desired cannon there. That's surprising for him.
Yeah, Not quite enough backspin to affect the cannon. He was playing for the red closest to the black there, but cannoning the red above it. And he just grazed it. I don't think there's anything on at all here.
Yeah, that's a real opportunity spurned. 7 reds left. So 83 still there. But with his third golden chance of the frame, surely Zhang is going to get off to an agreeable start.
Wu was fortunate in that Sangander wasn't able to play the red to the right of the black there. He was just too awkwardly positioned. He'd have had to queue over another red quite severely. So he took the thinner red, tried to hold for the black, and, well, it's probably this is the best he could have done, but it's missable. Oh, nicely played. And this time there won't be any problem in finally winning this opening frame. Just needs this red.
The speed with which they're getting through these frames and matches is unbelievable. We've only been playing for 1 hour 50 minutes. We've had 2 completed matches so far, and the first frame essentially of the third match is in the books. Sometimes, traditionally, on the second day of a group in the Championship League, when you've got 4 matches on one table, it is a tight squeeze before the start of the next session. Today will not be a tight squeeze at all.
No, and often, because of the position within the group, some of these players will look at the group tables and have an eye on what they need to achieve, and sometimes it can just slow you down. You're a little bit more circumspect because of the care that you take in order to try and gain a position in the semi-final playoffs later in the day.
32.
A rather unfortunate in-off, but it didn't make a jot of difference. Zhang needed 3 chances to not just win the first frame of the match, but to absolutely dominate it. Zhang 1, table topper Wu Yize 0. We're seeing a real turnaround on table 2. Oliver Lyons led 2-0 against Jack Jones after breaks of 62 and 92. But then Jones made a century in the third frame, and he's 59 ahead with 51 on in the fourth. So it really does look as though that one is going to a decider, and it's a really big match. Whoever wins that one will have a massive boost.
Yes, Oliver Lyons, 59 behind, 51 on, so 2 snookers to tie. 2 ordinary 4-point penalties would enable him to tie. So what he wants to do here, and that's a great red he's just knocked in, is to try and remove 2 of the remaining 3 reds, or now 1 of the remaining 2. Try to get a free ball using 1 red. Oh, he's missed the black, so the concession will arrive and has arisen. So we are going the distance there, here on table 2, as we head back to our main match table, table 1.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with the story, Oliver Lyons was just getting up on Monday morning when he got the call to say, can you come down to Leicester from his home in Leeds to replace Karen Wilson, who withdrew after winning the Masters on Sunday. Lions jumped at the opportunity, and it's been a lucrative chance, because I think now he's total earnings from the two groups he's been involved in are up to £1,900. So when one more frame, and it's a £2,000 job.
Well, once again, the break-off shot resulting in a possible red being left for the opponent. Oh, another beautifully cued long red from Sangander. Certainly has begun this match very brightly.
Free.
Zhang spent the majority of his career in the low ranks, and you'd see him play on occasion and you'd think, why is he down there? Always been capable of heavy scoring, and then suddenly it all clicked.
7.
Yeah, amazingly, Kyron Wilson was very similar to that. I used to play Kyron Wilson many times, as I did Sangander, and you got used to a certain sort of level of performance from them, and you looked upon playing them as a match that you knew you could win. But suddenly, you know, several years ago, things began to change, and they just went up several gears, and all of a sudden they became, you know, great players and tournament winners.
Yeah, Zhang first came onto the professional circuit in 2009. Not a bad split, but the cue ball just got away from him. So if he's going to continue this break, this would be a low percentage shot. It would take some knocking in.
Well, I wouldn't be taking this on, because there's too much angle on the red to play for the black. He'd end up being on the pink, and too risky, surely. Well, he thought he'd get on the black, and he was right. It was just straight enough to come off the cushion and cannon that red. And that's the reason I think he took it on, because knowing that he could get onto the black meant that there was less likelihood of leaving a red on for his opponent.
After all those years in the shadows, if you like, a supporting actor on the tour, he was runner-up in the English Open in 2023 to Judd Trump. Well ahead in that final, actually. Might well have won it. Then he won the International Championship in 2023, beating Tom Ford in the final. And he was also runner-up in the Players' Championship in 24 to Mark Allen. Also on the likes of the Asian Under-21 Championship.
58. 59.
Deeply contrasting fortunes here for Wu Yizu, who dominated that previous match against Xiao Xintong, our current world champion, but, well, the boot's on the other foot here. A couple of balls away from being 2-0 behind. Made 172 career centuries, Zhang Anda, but 4-1-4-7s, that's quite some conversion rate. That's a maximum break every... Let's try and do some maths here. Every 43 centuries that he makes, one of them's a maximum. That's incredible, Phil.
Yeah, not quite so incredible he missed that red to middle because it was quite tricky, but I think he'd already done enough to secure the frame, winning it easily as he did the first. Yeah, Zhang Anda smiling, that's because I believe Wu Yizu has conceded. The referee, Natalia Grandinari, is racking up the balls again, so Zhang leads 2-0. Much more competitive on table 2. Jack Jones might be in here to possibly come back from 2-0 down. Obviously lots of work to do with a tight pack like that, but he's got the momentum.
He has, but he's faced with a tough blue here. Or is he taking the black on? Oh, he's on a red first. Well, that's extraordinary because he was just looking at the position of the red to the left centre, so I assumed he was on a colour, not a red. Well, that's more beneficial because the red was a virtual certainty. But I can see why now he was looking at the red next to the blue, because that's the only potable red that's available to him. But we'll leave him there. That's available, as is all Table 2 action, via our Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. As we return to our main table here, and it's Zhang Anda breaking off with a 2-0 advantage, so just one more frame required for a comfortable win.
Double kisses often prove costly, and that was a bad one.
The red above the black would be ideal to play for now. And this is the way players think. He'll try and leave himself as straight as possible on the red above the black, to run through for the black to the left corner, to then play for the red that's closest to the black, to get that out of his way and bring the black spot back into the open and therefore make break building easier. But he's high on this red, possibly intentionally, because there is another shot that he can play, and that's to cannon that red away from the black right now. That's what he's chosen to do. Could have worked out a little better, because the red he's just cannoned is blocking the black to the left corner.
I've seen him do that an awful lot over the last few days when he's hitting down on the ball, even for a shot like that. He's pretty reliable. I think he's reliable, Dom, in a lot of aspects. Real coming force at the age of 22.
22.
Very much so. In terms of his potting and break building, he's a lot more consistent now than he was maybe 18 months ago. That's why he's such a force within the sport now. Of course, with that comes consistent wins on the tour. With that breeds confidence, and that's why he's a tough competitor for anybody that he plays.
Yeah, that word confidence always crops up each and every day in the commentary box. It's hard to quantify, but it makes such a massive difference. If you've got abundant confidence,
37.
you feel as though the game is quite simple. Conversely, if the tank is running low, everything
38.
looks like a potential problem.
Yes, when you're low on confidence, you don't strike through the ball as well because you're slightly hesitant, so you make even more mistakes. And because of that as well, when you're low on confidence, you don't take on pots that you do when you are confident. So it makes such a big difference in every sport, not just snooker.
46.
And when you're a professional sports person, the one thing that's frightening about confidence, it can come and go so quickly. Coming off his maiden 147 in professional competition yesterday. Not going to be especially lucrative. As it stands right now, he's going to earn a £250 share of the £500 highest break price for the group. Nice feeling nevertheless, although his position off that black wasn't especially nice. He's left himself a questionable pot here, whichever one he intends to take. And tantalisingly, 66 in front, but 67 still there. So one more pot required.
Well, would you believe it? But look where he left the cue ball. Now he could have dropped that yellow in slowly, played the cue ball behind the black spot, because of course Xiao Anda coming to the table needs blacks off every red to win by a point. Well, that's certainly a possibility now.
Yeah, given Zhang's cue ball control, I think it's a strong possibility. I wouldn't say it's a probability, because it is quite tough when you've got no leeway whatsoever in terms of the colours you can pot, but yeah, Wu might have thrown the frame away. And of course for Zhang, winning this match was very important, but winning it 3-0, that's icing on the cake.
Yeah, Absolutely. Qualification to the semi-finals later today could be a very tight affair, so every frame you can win is vital in any match that you lose. If you can lose it 3-2, that helps. But if you can win matches 3-0, that's an even bigger help. Now, he wanted to be on the red to the left corner, but couldn't maintain position on the black from it, so he's playing this one to the left centre instead. Oh, he's missed it. Oh dear, you'll be disappointed. That was a real chance. Will he concede? No, doing the courteous thing and allow his opponent to come to the table, as he should do.
Yes, and also the financially sensible thing, because if you concede with your opponent not requiring a snooker, it's a £250 fine. So Wu pots the red, takes a look at Zhang. Zhang, of course, then says, yeah, I can concede now without financial loss. And so it is 2-1.
Of course, Phil, I've got all about that rule. It's rather puerile, though. I mean, as a player, you should be allowed to concede whenever you want to, really. It's your sport. It's, you know, you play it on your terms.
Yeah, I think there were some extreme examples of frames being conceded that brought that rule in. One match in the Irish Open, I think Quinton Han was 9-0 ahead and he missed a black and conceded. As for table 2, looking really good for Jack Jones. He's negotiated all of the traffic there to drop perfectly on the red above the black. Already 35 to the good. He was 2-0 down, Jones. But he might well pull this out of the fire. The man, of course, who made 32 centuries, a world record in this tournament last year.
Oh, did you see that red rebound off the top cushion? It flew off it, and look where it's finished. What a great chance this is already for Zhang Ando in this fourth frame. Can stand up for the blue now with a lovely angle on it to go into the pack of reds. But you've always got to be careful if you do go into the reds that something doesn't find a pocket somewhere. The only thing that would concern me, I'd have a look at them, are the four reds just below the pink to the right. The bottom one of those four, could it flick off the red below it towards the right corner perhaps? As a player, you must look at these things. You didn't look at it, Phil.
Yeah, spot on, Dom. You told him, he didn't heed the warning. Yes, when you go into the bunch like that, it is a regular occurrence, occupational hazard that you knock balls in, but at least just have a peruse around the pack. Be cautious.
It's imperative as a player that you do that, because when you consider the standard of play, that type of mistake can cost a frame, and it may well do here.
Six. Seven.
It's not officially in the books, but Jack Jones has an unassailable lead in the deciding frame against Oliver Lyons. So Jones, having been 2-0 down, is going to win 3-2. That's a real setback for Lines. A very encouraging result for Jones, who completes his group involvement at 4:30 in the first match on table 1 of the new session against Wu Yize. Lines has got 2 more chances at redemption. He plays Xiao Xintong next on table 1 after the conclusion of Wu and Zhang. And then at 4:30 he plays Zhang Anda on table 2. So it's not the end of the road for him, but he will be very disappointed. So in around 5 minutes' time on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, there's one more match on table 2 in this session. It's Xiao Guodong against Jack Lisowski, which for both is a must-win.
Well, Zhang Anda's unfortunate in off, or I beg your pardon, when the red flicked off another one into the right corner and going into the pack from the blue. That's cost him the ultimate price.
Wu seeking his 4th century of this group. Bingo. The centuries are flowing with such amazing regularity.
106.
Zhang Anda split the pack, knocked in a red, and now they've split the first 4 frames. Wu Yize trying to protect his flawless record in this group. He's back on level terms at 2-2. It's amazing, you know, the amount of times, and we saw this in Group 5 earlier in the week, if someone wins all 6 matches in the round robin, how often they don't win the group as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely true, isn't it? But, you know, then again, the mindset has to change, doesn't it, come the semi-final playoffs, because it's a straight knockout then. And it's not so easy, is it? And I think sometimes players that don't win all their group matches, they may be in such a good position to qualify anyway. They may take a little bit of a mental breather ahead of the semi-finals. But obviously, if you win all your 6 group matches, you've probably put in a big effort for every single match you've played.
I think we're going to see an awful lot of Wooyers over the course of the next few years. Good to see a really fine young talent emerging. There are so many from China, though. I think collectively, that country's snooker has never, ever been more powerful.
Well, of course, you know, for generations they were known for their prowess at table tennis, but now snooker seems to be taking over. All smiles between the players, nice to see.
Here's a statistical confirmation of China's strength at the moment. There will be 10 Chinese players in the forthcoming World Grand Prix in Hong Kong. That's a record. 10 out of 32 will be there. When it comes to the Players' Championship, they had 5 in that 16-man event last year. That's a record. And they had 4 in last year's Tour Championship. Again, a record.
Yes, our times have changed. When I turned pro in the 90s, every player that came through the sport was predominantly a British player, but now very few great British players coming through.
Well, that was a great pot, wasn't it?
It certainly was. And took a lot of pressure off the pot by playing for the black, because there was nothing down this end of the table that he could have left on. Worth another look. Lots of distance between the balls. Played it with backspin and a little trace of left-hand side to help the cue ball come off the side cushion and down for the black. Oh, just unlucky there. I felt or detected just a slight kick, which probably prohibited the cue ball running on a little more. Probably played for the outside red of those 3, but the middle one went as well, and in it goes. Now what does he play here? He could play a cannon on one of the 2 reds above the black if he wished. Oh, he did decide to play the cannon. Caught too much of the red. Wanted to be on the red to the right of the cue ball, but we'll have to play the one to the left centre now, and this isn't easy. Things beginning to open up very nicely now as our referee Natalia Gradinari checks the availability of the pink spot. Just see it there actually, the red below the pink spot is occupying it. So it has to go as close as it can to its own spot, but in a direct line with this top cushion. That's why it's being placed behind the pack of reds.
23.
pot in this red.
31.
The red next to it, just to the right of it, becomes available into the left corner.
32. $39. 40.
Well, a good split here, and it could be the beginning of the end. If he splits them indeed. Deciding instead to go for the loose red to split them off the blue, and concentration divided. Mr. Ball, he never normally would.
Classic case there of taking your eye off the pot and taking too much care with the positional aspect of the shot. They're a great pack of reds to go into from a bulk colour, but has he overrun? Oh, he's okay. He's got a lovely angle on the brown. If he catches the apex red of the pack, there is a red that could go close to the black. But ideally he wants to catch the middle of the pack of the reds, not the top red. Oh, he certainly did. And I think he's been very unfortunate there.
5.
Because not only may he not be on a red, he's pushed one right over that left corner, which he'd have to hide if he plays a safety.
Yeah, good camera work there, telling us that the black is in the way. He's desperate to try and continue the contribution, but he's got absolutely nothing to play with. Okay, he might just be able to squeeze that red in, but there's nothing in terms of leeway. I don't think he can pot it anyway, so he's doing the right thing in running up into the tall grass.
Well, the good news was that he was given a touch in ball, so he could just play directly away, but I must confess I wouldn't be playing that shot. There's a big chance here that Wu Yize could pot this red off the other one, if not directly. And Zhang Handa's left enough angle on this red to be able to play the cue ball back towards bulk if he wished. But he's left this red in such a way that Wu Yize may have the confidence here to actually stun across for the black.
Well, pink and black out of the equation. That's very much in favour of the player who's 35 ahead, Wu. Especially now, he's got the skill dom to be able to put together enough points here of blue or bulk colours.
Yes, absolutely. When pink and black are in that type of a position, you wouldn't dare risk cannoning either of them into play. So we'll have to focus on the blue and the bulk colours. But as you say, Phil, he has such a good lead here. 2 or 3 more reds with blues would be enough. But that could have been played a little better. We'll have to screw off the pack of reds now to go up for the blue, and you never quite know where the cue ball's likely to finish.
He's a really tall lad, Wu. If he can't reach this, few could. And there's always that chance of the in-off. Always that chance. You see that so often on that particular kind of shot.
Yeah, I really didn't think that would happen there. I was expecting Wu to play that with more backspin than he did. And because he stunned off the reds, he caught or flicked off another red, which deflected the cue ball into the middle pocket there. Now Zhang Ander's under pressure here if he takes a pot on, because he's 37 points behind in a match he could do with winning. And he can't afford to make a mistake now.
Over on table 2, I can tell you Xiao Guodong has won the first frame against Jack Lisowski with a century. I'll give you the precise total when I know it.
Well, he's finished low on this red, so because of that, he may decide to take a risk here and play the cue ball off the side cushion to flick the pink half ball, which would leave him on the black. Doesn't need to take that risk, but it must be very tempting. Did play the cannon and he's missed it. Well, at least he can bring pink and black into play here. He'll have to. Oh, well, that's fair enough. It's a snooker and it's not going to be easy to escape from and leave safe.
Xiao's century in the first frame against Lisowski, exactly 100.
Not entirely sure he played that, but what an outcome. Now pink and black are not pointed towards that right corner. I just wonder if Zhang could play the cue ball into them to bring them into play. The problem is the red close to the cue ball is possible to the left centre and he could leave it on, so I think he had to decide against that.
This frame not especially crucial for Wu Yize, but it's absolutely vital for the makeup of the group.
And it's an interesting safety that Zhang has played there. The red closest to his left corner, of course, is covered by the yellow, but there is a straightforward safety shot into bolt, but the red that Wu Yize could play may cannon pink into black into play, which he doesn't want to see happen. But that's a mistake. Decision time now for Zhang Anda. He has an angle, and either of these two reds to bring the awkward one on the right hand side cushion into play. Is it worth the risk? Would he expect to be on blue or baulk colour if he played the cannon? Well, it hasn't worked out, but can he drop the keyboard tight in behind the brown? What an evil snooker that could be.
Yeah, just what I was thinking. The thing with snookers, they vary greatly in how troublesome they are, and this one is near the top of the list. Okay, he's left Xiao with his hand on the table and a red from distance, but that could have been worse, especially with pink and black not in the game. Well, Xiao is hurtling his way back into the frame in bits and pieces.
Certainly potted some key long balls in this match, Xiao under. 19 points behind. Surprised he left himself such a lot of angle on this red. He could have left it straighter than he has. And it was enough to put him off the pot, and I think he's left this. No, it's running. It's really running. He breathes again. I don't think the red will cut.
Had to be mindful of the in-off there, though. So I think he, all in all, did a pretty good job. And he's very much in the ascendancy here, Wu, because of pink and black being so close to each other. Well, Xiao got away with missing the red before, but I don't think he's got away with it this time. Wu, very happy to switch hands to play left-handed. Really accomplished in that department. He's now 20 ahead. Blue and yellow will leave Xiao requiring a snooker. It's a sterling recovery from Wu Yize, who now makes it 5 wins out of 5 in Group 6. So he is sailing into the playoffs. The fate of Xiao Anda, well, that's still up in the air. He plays Oliver Lyons at 4:30 in a match that Xiao will now be targeting as a must-win. So next up here on Table 1, in just a few moments' time, it is the return of the world champion for his 3rd match of the day. Xiao Zhentong takes on the aforementioned Oliver Lyons.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Maurice Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Xiao makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biardo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Xiao has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steyer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, I'm the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! You need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk. Come talk. Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
Bigger and better.
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
Welcome back. So we've got one more match in this session. Xiao Xingtong and Oliver Lyons here in Group 6 of the BetVictor Championship League in Leicester. And the table, well, of course, it makes happy reading for Wu Yize, who's definitely qualified, 5 out of 5. Xiao Xingtong, OK at the moment in second place. If he wins this match, he'd definitely be through. He'd be unlucky to miss out if he lost it. But this is his last match And of course he's up against Oliver Lyons, who's bottom, but he has got 2 matches left to play, so he could still get to 3 points. He'd need to win this one and then win his last match against Xiao.
First frame. Johnson on to break.
Well, Xiao Xingtong we saw beat Jack Lisowski earlier on, but then lose to Wu Yize. But as I say, on 3 points, he's looking good. He'd just like to rubber stamp it, I guess, by making sure. And then he'll have quite a gap, obviously, until the semi-finals this evening, assuming he's in them. We've seen so many of those, haven't we? Long reds floated in, whichever the player. Oliver Lyons was 2-0 up to Jack Jones on table 2, but lost 3-2. So he has got matches in hand, but he needs to win them.
Yeah, and the worrying aspect for Xiao Xintong is that he's won 9 frames but lost 10. The 3-0 defeat by Wu Yize didn't help his cause. So obviously the big goal, as Dave said, was to win the match, but certainly if he could win a couple of frames, that would greatly help. No help for Jack Lisowski on table 2. Looks as though he's going to go 2-0 down to Xiao Guodong.
Yes, and that's his last match, so if he loses 2 points, he looks like he may well be out. Depends on how it all tallies up, but likely to be relegated.
The Lyons-Jones match was quite illuminating, actually. Lyons won't be feeling too good after losing it. He made breaks of 62 and 92 to lead 2-0, handily. But Jones, aided by a century, won the last 3 frames. So that's how Lyons comes into this match, on a negative note. It was a good contest when they met in the 5th group of this year's Championship League a couple of days ago. Lyons actually led 1-0 and 2-1, but Xiao got the verdict 3-2, making a 72 in the decider. But Lyons has produced some good stuff over the last 3.5 days.
Well, that was a really good shot. Not just the pot, but position on the black. Wasn't always known as a scorer. There was one season where he didn't make any centuries at all, but that has changed. The last couple of years he's been a heavier scorer for sure. 14 centuries this season.
I commentated on his father, Peter Lyons, taking on Xiao Xintong at the UK Championship the year that Xiao lifted the trophy. A lot of balls like that were missed in that match. It wasn't a good one by any means, but Xiao got through and then went from strength to strength. Never a good thing for a snooker player to see an attempted safety shot where the cue ball catches the bump of the middle pocket. At least it's not come directly back up the table, the white.
Well, it's a mistake, but it could have been worse. It's one of those where he wouldn't have minded there had the white gone in, actually. He had a golden chance there, didn't he, when he potted that long red Oliver lines on the black and didn't make much from it. Well, he potted it, but he's on nothing.
Green and brown together provide a bigger target than normal up in bulk. And that target has been exploited.
Well, he couldn't have got any closer.
Yeah, the referee, Fedor Kaplanov's, putting the cue ball back in an even more undesirable position before he was reminded it wasn't there by Oliver Lines. Now that's the one thing he didn't want to do, turn that red over.
Yeah, so Xiao Xingtong with a chance, although it's not the easiest table. The black's covered, pink's not great, blue's not on its spot, and now he's caught a red. So he'll probably still take this blue on, knowing Xingtong, but it's not the nicest table. Well,
Brown.
Nominated brown. I mean, he was going to take something on because that's how he plays, but just look at the colours now, all over the place. Yeah, you mentioned the referee, Phil. This will make you feel old. He had his colleague, Dimitri, from Latvia. They are both only 1 year older than the Championship League itself, which began 18 years ago.
You're right, it does make me feel old. Everything does.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, but yeah, we started in 2008. They were born the previous year.
I was watching a match on TV last night. It's called The Big Match Revisited. Football. It was my team, West Brom, against Norwich. I remember every single player from the Albion side. And then I thought, hold on a minute, this is 51 years ago. One thing that hasn't changed, we lost.
They're great, actually, those shows. Brian Moore, who seemed to do everything, didn't he? Present it, commentate. Anyway, back here in 2026, Oliver Lyons looking to make more of this chance than he did the first one in the frame.
$15. $16.
Sure, he's not aware of this, but if he were to win this frame, it would be a little financial milestone. It would take his earnings from the tournament to £2,000. So, answering that call from Marcel Lecourt, the tournament director, to replace Corin Wilson on Monday morning, has worked out pretty well.
24.
And of course, there could be plenty more pounds, shillings, and pence coming his way if he can make the playoffs.
There won't be any shillings, Phil. Like, again, you're still in the 70s.
31.
In fact, there won't be any pence.
32.
Well, you see, there could be, because if he were to make a 147, he'd have a third share of £500, which would be 66 pence.
Very true. I take it back.
38.
Thinking fiscally, which is unlike me, as you know.
Well, it's certainly a bonus, all right, to get in the event, and he's played well, I think. Made quite a slow start on the first day, but, you know, got 5th place in that group and has a chance, as I say, with another match to play to get to 3 points and possibly get in the playoffs here.
Yeah, I'm pleased for him. He's been enterprising. Could have said, oh, I can't really make that, but he made the dash down here from
47.
Leeds in Yorkshire. Got here well in time to play his match, and without any great preparation, he's acquitted himself pretty well. Finished 5th in Group 5, so just sneaked into this group as a result of that.
54. 55.
Well, this frame well and truly over.
61. 62.
'Cue ball needs to stop.
67.
It has done. There's enough on the table for another 3-figure contribution. Although where the yellow is, that will be quite tough to achieve.
$73. 75.
Well, it was a great yellow. He's missed the green, but nonetheless, Oliver Lyons takes the opening frame. A few chances on either side. He made the most of that one. On the other table, it was 2-0 to Xiao Guodong over Chad Lisowski. A breaks of 193, but Lisowski's won the third. Been times on the second day, because there's the extra match. Sometimes, you know, you're scrambling 10 minutes to eat your dinner. Well, I think today it won't be out in time. We'll have finished already, because the matches have been so fast. Even the 3-2s have raced by.
Yeah, half time for a banquet. By the way, Lisowski's in again in the next frame, so maybe he could do something here and just turn things around. You never know. In this tournament, we've seen so many occasions where someone is almost been out of the event, and then they retrieve the situation, and at the end of the tournament, they're lifting the trophy.
So frame 2.
Second frame, for your lines to break.
Over the years, Dave, not very often the world number 58 has got into the Invitation Championship League, but good on lines.
We've seen so many balls knocked in off the break-off. This is not easy. And he hasn't got it. Yeah, white close to the bulk cushion made it tougher. But he was always going to take it on. But this is the thing, it's such an open approach. Of course, you're going to more than likely leave some sort of chance if you don't get it.
You were making the point earlier, Dave, about the fact that these days there are more left-handers than ever before, and here's another one.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we haven't got the stats on it officially, but I think it just seemed to be more than ever.
8. Nine.
There's a lad who plays pool from Canada, John Morra, whose father was Mario Morra, who has played in the World Championship at the Crucible. Well, John had an injury to his shoulder, and he found that playing right-handed, which was his natural style, was a little painful, inhibiting. So he's switched to left-handed, and he's doing really well. A few days ago, won the Turning Stone Classic in New York State, that is.
24.
Well, I don't know whether he played on the red to middle, but it doesn't look like he's on it. So it's going to be this one to left corner. Needs good cueing. Not to be.
For your lines, 52.
Well, it was mighty thin, but he's knocked it in. Doesn't seem to have an angle, though, to get into the reds off this black. Now, this has not been his favourite pocket today. He's missed a few into this one for whatever reason.
8. 9.
literally stopped in his tracks. He thought the cue ball was going to avoid the green there. But again, he knocks in that kind of shot so brilliantly. And look at the angle on the blue. If he's not on one, there's something incorrect with the Cosmos. Again, just brilliant shot. Absolutely superb. He's a new style player, but in so many ways, he's old school. The way he just floats the white around.
28. $29. 36. 37.
Dave, you think deeply about the game in general, and I think the advent of Xiao, obviously he's not been an overnight sensation, he's been around a while with an interruption, but I think where he is in the game now, it's just what the sport needed.
Well, it's been a shot in the arm, it's something different. A Chinese world champion, a very attractive one to watch. Not having the best season though, really, is he? I mean, he did win that Invitational event in Saudi Arabia, but he's not been in a ranking final. So maybe even he is feeling a little bit of pressure as world champion. One thing that does happen, and it has happened to him, is your time suddenly is limited because you're vastly in demand for all sorts of extracurricular stuff that maybe you weren't beforehand. Nice little cannon to the red, so this frame is looking done.
60.
Last three winners of the World Championship have all been first-time winners. Luca Brissell, Karen Wilson and Xiao Tong. So will that pattern continue in April, May? We'll find out in a few months.
68.
Well, there are some candidates to make it 4.
69.
Well, there's definitely one in this group, Wu Yize. You know, he's improving all the time, I think. Anyway, snooker needed here. Black to make sure.
$76. 77. $84.
I think with Xiao, it's not just what he's achieved.
86.
It's the way he plays. Fun to watch.
Yeah, Oliver Lyons, I'm not sure he's finding it fun sat there, but anyway, he's watching intently.
93. 98. 104.
Another ton to add to the long list in this group. To clearance of 111. Lovely stuff once again from Xiao Tong, who levels this match at 1 apiece. Now Jack Lisowski won that third frame. He's 2-1 down to Xiao Guodong. This is the position in frame 4. Xiao leading by 24. But could be a big mistake. It just depends whether that red actually goes to the middle here. It may not. Yeah, well, he's looking at the red by the blue. He's taking this one on to the green pocket.
No, I don't know whether Lisowski is a keen student of the group table. He should be, though, because if he were to win this match 3-2, all hope might not be lost.
Yeah, well, he'd be on 3 points. The main threat then would be Zhang Anda. He's on 2, but he plays Oliver Lyons later. Of course, if Lyons won this match, he would also be a player who could get to 3. Anyway, that will sort itself out. We'll let you know about Lisowski there, but here we go, frame 3, 1 apiece between Jia Xingtong and Oliver Lyons.
The other thing to say about that Lisowski-Lyons match, if Xiao were to lose it, that would seal relegation. No doubts whatsoever. What an exhibition of potting. That particular kind of shot from a host of players over the last 4 days. They've knocked it in time and time again. Lyons the latest. And he doesn't want that one back.
6. Seven.
Had to be on the button there. Has he just slightly overscrewed? I think he needs a touch of side here to cajole this red in. Even if he plays that, there's no guarantee it will find gravity. It's risky. Well, there was no side attached. He played that as though he thought he could pot it anyway, and that's the natural sighting tendency when you're queuing away from another red that might be blocking the overcut. With that one, side was imperative, and the side he had to put on obviously compromised his position on the black.
9. Fully reliance 9.
Just seemed his attention was divided there between the pot and the cannon, and he didn't pot the black.
Fully reliance 9.
Well, catching the green on the way back up the table, that really helped Xiao Zintong. Okay, he's left a red on, but with the black being off its spot, this will have to be played with force, which increases the difficulty. Well, I was about to say, what a fluke. What a fluke that would have been. And it was a fraction away.
One. Five. Six.
As John Virgo says, there's always a gap. Now this is risky. It really was. But he's prepared to take those risks. They don't seem to perturb him in the slightest.
No, and you know he gets more than he misses. I guess it's a very open way of playing, but it's the way he plays. And he's giving himself every chance now to go 2-1 in front. Jack Lisowski is levelled at 2-2 with Xiao Guodong, so he only scored 3 points in the first 2 frames. Lisowski, it's a good comeback. Big frame there now. Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, of course, with the coverage.
Two real positives for Xiao, the way he approaches things. One, this is how he enjoys the game.
26.
And two, I think it's the epitome of playing to his strength. He's got an absolutely terrific arsenal when it comes to being able to knock balls in.
33.
So why not try and take full advantage of that? Not the most tactically astute player, because he plays so much aggressive snooker. I'm sure he could be. But playing like this, Dave, the one huge plus at the Crucible,
41.
it's not exactly exhausting, is it, the way he plays?
42.
No, but he's got to play like this. They've got to go in. It's very easy there to have a bad session. And, you know, there's players we know they are, people like Mark Selby, Mark Williams, John Higgins. They can have a bad session,
49.
still come out 4 each. Whereas I think if you play an open game and it's not working, you're going to be 6-2, 7-1 down. So
50.
we'll see. It worked last year.
It's basically snooker's version of baseball if you're a cricket fan. If it comes off, phenomenal.
56.
Well, it's working here in this frame. He's played some lovely snooker this week, hasn't he? I mean, he topped the previous group. And he played well, actually, in Group 4 before the Masters. But at some point, he wants to put himself in that winners group. First, he's got to put himself in the playoffs, and if he wins this match, he'll do that.
64.
And if he bots this red, he'll be 2-1 up.
$65. $72.
Chance for back-to-back centuries then.
$73. $79.
This would be his 10th of the tournament.
$81.
Well, 81 will have to do. It does the job. And Xia Xingtong leads Oliver Lines 2-1. Remember, this is the last match of this session on this table. And we've got 2 more group matches to come. Wu Yize against Jack Zhou and Zhang Anda against Oliver Lines before the table is finalised. 2-2 then Xiao Guodong and Jack Lisowski. Xiao will certainly be relegated if he loses. He was 2-0 up, playing really well, but Lisowski's fought back. Xiao, though, first in here in the decider. These players, of course, off to one of the great venues on the tour, the Tempodrome in Berlin. The German Masters starts on Monday. Karen Wilson defending the title there. Ooh, but, well, another sign that he's just flagging a bit. You know, I'm not sure he would have missed that on Monday. Just maybe a little bit kind of jaded by it all now. Xiao Guodong, this is his 4th group after all.
Yeah, I think if you continually play snooker all the time, eventually, yes, you're going to have peaks, but there's also going to be troughs. And looking at this, I think even if he won 3-2, he'd be in desperate trouble because he would have 2 points, 10 frames won, 14 lost. Jack Lisowski, he's on 2 points, and he's got 11 frames won, regardless.
So Oliver Lines has sat out a couple of frames really there. Hasn't done a lot wrong, but you don't have to with the standard as it is here and the ultra attacking snooker that's being played.
He knocks in that kind of shot so regularly. And he also has the presence of mind, well, the attacking presence of mind, to leave the cue ball south of the baulk line, i.e. on baulk colours.
Yeah, I mean, it's no longer a shot to nothing, is it, really? You know, they're playing it, expecting to get it, as you say, position as well.
When he won the Riyadh Season Championship in Boulevard City in the Saudi capital, yes, it was only a small field, quite short matches, but in all of them he played very nicely. £250,000, the first prize.
13. $20. 21. 28. 29.
Now there, he just took that one for granted, and he only went in off the jaw because of the pace. That's the kind of thing he has to guard against. Those unguarded moments. And for him, that really is a big positional misjudgment. Well, if that isn't Bazball, I don't know what is. No right to take that on. And he's even got a possibility of a red coming up.
And now everything in play.
25.
So this next pot, you feel is key to it. Taking the black. This goes in, and the reds are all there to win the match. Yeah, I mean, out of nowhere, really, he's just opened it all up, hasn't he? It's incredible. As I say, it has to work. If it doesn't, you kind of look a bit silly, but if it does work,
53.
you look what he is, which is absolutely brilliant. So Oliver Lyons is rather slumped in that seat. He has got another match, of course, against Zhang Anda. So he can get to 2 points, assuming he loses this one. He's a bit light on frames, though. He's only won 8 frames. Well, 9, actually, including this match.
$68.
But at least it's in his hands. He will know the position. He may, you know, get 5th again, come back for the next group, Group 7, tomorrow and Saturday.
As for Xiao, he's in the playoffs.
76.
And an ominous presence.
Well, he's missed that, so it's not quite done.
76.
3 snookers needed, though, so it feels like a long way back. And in fact, Oliver Lyons has shaken hands. So Xiao Xingtong, again, with that sort of ease and effortlessness, has got the job done. 3-1, and we'll be seeing the world champion, as Phil says, in the playoffs this evening, because he has gone up to 4 points. Oliver Lyons could do with Xiao Guodong beating Jack Lisowski, and then there's half a chance he could stay in. And in fact, Xiao is in front in the next, so that is ongoing. But in terms of where it all stands, of course, we knew that Wu Yize was already through because he's won 5 out of 5. He's got 1 match to come against Jack Jones. So Wu Yize at top, Xiao Xingtong second now, 4 points. And there you see the remaining placings. Jack Jones, I think, he's actually got 3 points, isn't he? So he's should be in 3rd place. But anyway, at the bottom there, as I say, Oliver Lyons, he's got another match to play. I won't go into all the permutations, but I think he could still get 5th if Xiao Guodong beats Jack Lisowski in that match that's ongoing. It's all very much up in the air. But anyway, we will have now quite a substantial break, actually 2 hours, until we're back at 4:30 local time for Wu Yize against Jack Jones on table 1, followed by the playoffs. And by the end of the night, we will have our 6th player through to the winners group of the BetVictor Championship League. We'll see you later.
snooker fans all around the world.
We are here for the battle on the bays.
Quite simply, superb.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena here in Leicester. Big night of snooker ahead as Group 6 of the BetVictor Championship League comes to a conclusion. At the end of the night, we will have 6 players into the winners group, with just 1 more to be found in Group 7 tomorrow and Saturday. Well, we know a few things from the table. We know that Wu Yize, Xiao Xingtong and Jack Jones have qualified. So the last match we're about to bring you is massive. It's Zhang Anda against Oliver Lyons. Now, if Oliver Lyons wins 3-0, he'll actually finish 4th. If he wins by any other score, he'll finish 5th and relegate Jack Lisowski. If Zhang wins, then Lisowski holds on in 5th place, and it's Lyons who is relegated with Xiao Guodong. We'll remind you of these various permutations as the match goes on, but Oliver Lyons knows if he wins 3-0, he will finish 4th and he'll get in the playoffs. So it's a big incentive for him. He's just come out the wrong side of a few close matches so far, but he's still, as I've said, very much in this. And worst case scenario in terms of, okay, if he doesn't win 3-0, so it's 3-1 or 3-2, he comes back in 5th, which is where he finished in the last group. But if he loses, he will be relegated and Lisowski survives. Hopefully all that's clear, and we'll keep you across as well. Wu Yize and Jack Jones on table 2. That's on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, because they're both already qualified. We've had 2 hours, Dominic, to look at the table. I think we've just about got it right.
Yes, it's less complicated than some of the ones I've had to cover, Dave, I have to say. But amazing if Ollie were to qualify with 2 wins and 4 defeats. But it's possible. But it has to be 3-0. He's very well aware of the situation. In fact, all the players are, I believe. They've all been looking at the table.
So just to reiterate, Wu Yize, Xiao Xingtong, Jack Jones, they're all guaranteed a playoff place. And it's between Zhang Anda and Oliver Lyons in terms of who takes the other one. And of course they're playing each other here. But Lyons must win 3-0.
And already a little bit of an awkward frame this potentially with that red so close to the left-hand centre pocket. It would be risky to play up into bulk unless you were to get the cue ball over towards the yellow side of the table. Then that red wouldn't be cuttable. For anything towards the brown or the green, it would be so. It's a bit of a risk playing into bulk because Zhang Anda here couldn't get the cue ball in behind the yellow. But I'll promise you one thing, you'd like to have another go at that one. That's a huge mistake he's just made, and he's not happy, as you can see.
Yeah, as I say, it's been a long gap between sessions, and it's quite easy to sort of lose a bit of focus. Food here is lovely, we've all helped ourselves to that, but you know, then it's just hanging around really. Oliver Lyons has been on the practice table. The head-to-head favours Zhang Anda 3-1, not much to go on. Most recently played the Xi'an Grand Prix last season.
He's a very capable player, Oliver Lyons. Of course, his father, a very long career, Peter Lyons, now commentates with us from time to time. He's ranked 58 in the world now, Oliver. That's been a little bit higher. Got to the semi-final of the British Open back in 2024. That's his best run in a ranking event.
Yeah, it seems to me, every match he's played, the other guy scored really heavily. I mean, the 2 maximums came against him. Jack Lisowski had 3 centuries against him last night. Xiao Xingtong scored well against him earlier, so it's not that he's played badly at all. Was 2-0 up, wasn't he, to Jack Jones, lost 3-2. That's put him in this position where he has to win 3-0.
Didn't pot the green particularly cleanly, that's why he's short of pace for his intended next red, the one near the left centre there, but he can still pot this red to the corner with the rest. Now I'm not sure he'll be able to get onto the black from this. No, I think the red he's just pushed into, maybe blocking the black. Tight, it might just go. Ah, it does. That's a big bonus. But didn't want to catch both reds there. He still has a tough red to the yellow pocket, but you know, if Oliver can win this first frame, there'll be pressure on him because all of a sudden a 3-0 victory could be on the cards.
Yeah, it's a strange sort of pressure, isn't it? Because normally, of course, in knockout snooker, you're trying to win the match. The score doesn't matter. You just want to win. But the score does matter here.
I think if I were in his shoes, I'd be just thinking, well, I just want to win the match, because if I do, I'll be in the next group, the final group, Group 7, which of course begins tomorrow morning. So I have another chance there, perhaps a more realistic one.
25.
These are the chances Oliver must take full advantage from. I guess that's why he's been on the practice table probably more than the other players have ahead of this match, so that he will give himself the opportunity to score heavily from chances like this. Can't afford mistakes.
40.
I can tell you Wu Yiz is going to win the first frame against Jack Jones, because he's already on a break at 91 there. The chance for yet another ton. 27 in this group already. Yeah, he's made the century, so just a great start. Of course, he's played so well in this group. He's won every match. This is good stuff as well so far from Oliver Lyons. You're going to have to develop a couple of reds, though.
Just played a lovely positional shot there, just cannoning a red down into play, which you can play for here. But that red that's just detached from the other 5 doesn't pot into the right corner. I had a look in the previous camera shot, but it will pot to the left centre.
Yeah, in which case actually you wouldn't need to disturb them. You'd had enough points in terms of the snooker's required stage. Yeah, so red and the black, he'll be 69 ahead with 67 on.
Oh, down the years, how many times do we see a player miss a simple pot like this because they're worried about the positional cannon? So just pot the black and don't worry too much about the cannon. In goes the black, and he is on a red. This is a perfect start, isn't it, from Oliver Lyons? Just what he needed.
Yes, and whatever happens tonight, wherever he finishes in the table, whether it's 4th, 5th, or he's relegated, he's had some real good solid matches here that's going to help for the tournaments upcoming. But clearly would love to be in the playoffs, or second choice would be come back tomorrow for Group 7. And this will give him a lot of confidence the way he's won this first frame
7-6
in a single visit.
Perfectly on the pink. He could play a cannon to the loose red to leave himself the bottom red of the two together. Possibility of 134 total clearance on for Oliver Lyons here.
Well, there's me saying that sometimes players are a little bit flat coming in for this final session after a long gap of centuries in the opening frames of both matches. He's already had 4 at the Championship League,
99.
and this is surely number 5, just the red needed. Yeah, he's qualified for Berlin, so he'll be at the German Masters next week.
Yes, and in Berlin at the moment it's a healthy sort of -3 or 4, not -22 as it was when I had to play in it.
Well, he needs the perfect result, and that's the perfect start. 134 total clearance. He needs to win 3-0 to claim a playoff spot, and if he continues like that, that's what's going to happen. Brilliant stuff from Oliver Lyons. Table 2, Wu began with a 108 break, and he's in early stages of frame 2 against Jack Jones. Of course, he's already won 5 out of 5. If he wins this perfect record, of course, we saw Xiao Xingtong in the last group. He won 6 out of 6, but ultimately didn't win the group. Mark Selby beat him in the final, 3-1.
8.
So we'll see whether Wu can carry the great form into the playoffs, but he's looking very confident, isn't he? And of course yesterday he had the 147, which I know meant a lot to him. Just enjoying playing here and playing some great stuff. He's only actually lost 5 frames as well in those 5 matches. I think with some of the young Chinese players, because they do spend all day in the academies when they're not at tournaments, it's kind of like just business as usual, isn't it? They come in here, they're playing snooker all day, and they're playing it to a very high standard.
17.
Well, that's the thing, Dave. They're practicing and practicing and practicing, and you know, half of what they do, I'm sure, is just autopilot. They're just machines.
And having said all that, he's missed the black by a mile. The machine faltered there. That continues on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, but here, of course, this is a more meaningful match we're watching because it is to decide the placings. And it's 1-0 to Oliver Lyons after that 1-3-4 in the opener. Jack Jones can't be overtaken in terms of a playoff spot. Xiao could pip him to third, but he's going to be in the playoffs for sure.
Ordinarily, Oliver Lyons would be seriously considering this long red, but with that red that's just to the left of the black, which I do believe pots into the right corner, it becomes a big risk. That's why he's digging down on the cue ball to hole for the blue instead of the black. Long way off the pot. Has he been fortunate? Well, it could have been worse. He's certainly left a red on. But when you play a pot such as this with that much power, accuracy can be seriously compromised sometimes, as it was there. But no easy first positional shot here for Xiao. He may try to get onto the black, but there's certainly no guarantee he will. Such a great shot, you know, because he played that with a lot of check side, left-hand side on the cue ball, so that on its way up the table it didn't cannon into any of the reds, and that made the pot very difficult. Is he straight enough on the black to cannon the red next to it towards that left corner?
Xiao has lost 2 deciders. He lost to Jack Jones 3-2 and Wu Yize earlier 3-2, so that's left him in this just slightly perilous position. He can't be relegated. He needs a frame to ensure that he does make the playoffs.
Nicely on this red, he could just brush off the bottom of the pack for position on the black, but he may decide to screw into them to develop further reds. Less of a guarantee of position. But he's judged it nicely. Just wonder if that red below the pink will also pot into the right corner. Be a very straightforward positional shot if it does. Been around a long time, Xiao, turned pro in 2009 actually, but he's still only 34 years of age. Probably looks a little more mature than that. 172 career centuries, 4 147s. Of course, he won the International Championship back in 2023. That was basically the blossoming of Xiao as a player.
Just left this a little awkward. But in it goes, and he's moving closer to winning the one frame he needs. Still
51.
just needs good cueing here. He's a little further away from these reds than maybe he would like. Sort of has this unflappable manner about him though, doesn't he? Never gives much away. So, a couple more pots needed, and it means the best Oliver Lyons can do is 5th. He still has to win the match because Jack Lisowski's the other interested party here. He needs a Xiao victory to get 5th place and come back for Group 7 tomorrow. Well, it's similar really to frame 1 the other way round. Of course, Lyons got in, made a 1 visit.
75.
Whether Xiao clears the table or not, this frame is his, and it means that he will be
76.
in the playoffs later.
Just that one mistake from Oliver Lyons when he missed the long red by a long way.
83.
But the initial positional shot from Zhang was excellent. Potted a red to the right corner with the rest. Managed to get onto the green.
84.
And hasn't put a foot wrong since.
No century, but 91. He's won the frame he needed to guarantee himself a playoff place. So Oliver Lyons, he can still get 5th if he wins the match, but he can't now reach the playoffs. It's 2-0 to Williams, just gone on table 2. So lightning fast start from the table topper. We know, of course, Xiao Xingtong and Jack Jones will also be in the playoffs. Xiao will complete the lineup. It's just a question mark about the exact order of who's where. So Lyons, remember, if he loses, is relegated with Xiao Guodong. Jack Lisowski would survive into Group 7. Jack seemed very impressed, Dominic, with your darts ability earlier on the dartboard in the players' room.
Jack Jones or
Jack Lisowski?
Oh, Jack. I know. I used to play a lot of darts. I did actually manage to hit a 147. I wish a 180 maximum at darts. Yeah, I haven't had one of those for a long time, but I do like a bit of darts.
You seem to, from what I saw, not that we're here to discuss this, but we've got a moment. You seem to be you throw it very straight. You know, you're hitting those 20s.
Yeah, it's repetition. It's no different to snooker, really. It's just repetition, trying to keep the same cue action, or in darts, the same throwing action. It's purely that you're just training one thing without changing it. Players do change cue actions. It's just something you do as a professional sports person. You experiment. But in darts, yeah, it's the same thing. Repetition, that's all it's all about. Muscle memory.
There we are. Right, back to snooker, and 1-1. So just to reiterate, Zhang has qualified now for the playoffs with the frame he's won. Oliver Lyons needs to win the match to get 5th and relegate Jack Lisowski. If he loses, he himself is relegated with Xiao Guodong. So many of those long reds have been knocked in off the break-off. I would go as far as to say the majority of frames that's happened. It hasn't always led to a frame-winning break, but many times it has. Here's another one flying in.
The red I would consider playing for here is the leftmost red, but I'd want to be off straight on it so that I could come around the back of the black to play it into the same pocket. But he's gone one better than that. He's actually on the red I was describing below the cue ball perfectly to get onto the black, but he's decided to get much closer to it so that he has this as a secondary option, a better option. But it was a far more exacting positional shot that he had to play there, and he really did play it very well. But he'd probably like another go at that, because he wanted to be much straight on the black this time to hold for the red next to it to get that out of the way. But he can't do that now. Well, he played a shot there, wasn't expecting him to. He screwed through the pack of reds, and he is on that red next to the black.
Yeah, and it's already looking ominous in this frame. Red's nicely spread now, black available. I guess his aim now for the remainder of the season, as that cue ball just runs a bit, is try and get his top 16 place back, because of course he was in there, fell out when those points came off for winning the International Championship that Dominic mentioned. 23 at the moment, so you know, it might need a couple of deep runs in tournaments, but it's not impossible. But it's not so long ago that at this time of the season he'd be looking at, you know, tour relegation. He seemed to always be in that sort of 50s, 60s bracket. So it just shows the way things have been transformed the last few years for Zhang. Got to the English Open final 2023, that was before the International. Judd Trump beat him there in a narrow match, 9-7. But then a few weeks later won that massive event, and of course got to the Players' Championship final as well that season.
Yeah, in that final with Judd Trump, I think he held a 7-3 lead as well, but lost it. And then I began to wonder if he ever got to another final again, whether he'd suffer and struggle, but no. Won his first major, it really was a big one as well, the International Championship.
Yeah, I mean, when he lost to Trump, you know, the temptation is to say, well, you know, he'll learn from it, and next time he'll know what to do and all that. And very often that doesn't happen, but it actually did in that tournament that he won just a few weeks later.
Well, same thing happened to Wu Yiza. He lost in his first two ranking event finals before finally winning a major.
36.
The way he goes about break building Zhang really does remind one of Mark Williams. Just everything is just so basic and simple without, you know, pushing the boat out. Doesn't play excessive power shots.
44.
Just tries to simplify the game, and I think Xiao Xintong does the very same thing. Really, he's just a quicker player. Played for what looks to be an unmissable plant.
56. Seven.
That pink effectively got him over the line, 67 left, so another very quick kill. Oliver Lyons broke off, that's all he did. Changanda knocked in a long red. Did say earlier that, I mean, there's been heavy scoring all round in the group, but it does seem Oliver Lyons has been on the receiving end of a lot of it. I mean, he didn't really do anything wrong, did he? He just broke off. Seems a bit lower in that seat now, doesn't he, than before?
May struggle to reach the black. So he's looking at the pink, but can hold for one of the three remaining reds into the right corner. It's an easy game, isn't it?
Well, you'd think so, wouldn't you, watching this?
83. Four.
He's only made 3 centuries in the group.
So he's just dropped the pink in, so you can leave an angle on this penultimate red to bring the awkward one into play that he's just knocked towards that right-hand side cushion there.
Yeah, I've sold him short. He's actually made 4 centuries in the group, but anyway, it's quite hard to keep on top of them all. Well, hasn't he played a great frame? Just very, very good. Kept nice control of this cue ball. Blue for the century. All from his first shot. Oliver Lyons broke off, left a long red. Changanda has stepped in and done the rest. So things are looking up for Jack Lisowski. I'm sure he's keeping an eye on this. Because, of course, if Xiang does win the match, then Jack comes back for Group 7, 5th place.
And this is the other side of the coin. This is what you feel like as an opponent when you're watching this matchless snooker really being played by Changanda.
123.
Of course, Lyons made a 1-3-4 in the first frame, but a wonderful total clearance from Changanda, 130 to lead 2-1. And of course, he could have had a century in frame 2. Table 2 is 2-0 to Wu Yiza, but Jack Jones about to make it 2-1. That blue should ensure that. Of course, these two have qualified, but it's a good chance they'll play each other later in the playoffs, so no reason why not to give it everything here.
Jack Jones, 70.
Well, he's done enough,
Frank.
surely. 2-1, Wuyiza stays in his chair. So, just to reiterate once again, or if you're joining us now, if Zhang wins this match, then Oliver Lyons is relegated. If Oliver Lyons can come back and win 3-2, he will return in 5th place, and Jack Lisowski is relegated.
Well, Oliver doesn't need to look too despondent just yet, because if he can win this match, he will return to the final group, Group 7 tomorrow.
Yeah, and then he didn't exactly throw the frame away, did he? He broke off, that's all he did.
Well, you've got to ask the question, if Sangander gets in, I mean, what is the likelihood that he'll make another frame-winning break in one visit? I mean, it's not easy to do. You've always got to believe that you'll be either given an opportunity or you'll play a good enough safety to create one.
Frame 4, John under to break.
Cannon to the green makes a lovely target for Zhang Anda now to try and get the cubal in behind that green. Now it's Oliver Lyons' turn to try and make a better job of it. But first and foremost, if he can use green or brown and blue to block off this right-hand side of the table, that could cause a problem. He looks to have played a beauty here. Oh, what a shot. There's the mistake that Oliver Lyons was craving. The only unfortunate thing from his point of view is that the black is tied up. But the pink is definitely available. Whether it's on its spot or not is difficult to tell, but it does look to be. Oh, no it's not. And its spot isn't available. So playing for the pink now means that that will have to go onto the green spot unless he's able to cannon the red away from the pink spot. Of course, the black spot's available, so the pink will go on the black spot. Well, the referee's going to have a look to see if pink will go on its own spot. It certainly didn't look as though it would. No.
7.
Well, this could have worked out worse. He's attempted to bring the black into play and probably leave himself on the black, but the fact that he isn't on the black. He was lucky really to have a shot at the pink, but that doesn't look to have worked out too well positionally.
14.
Displeased with that safety shot, much too thick contact on the red, and well, he has left Xiao a chance at a straightish red to this left corner, but those three reds just the right of that red could cause a problem in trying to get onto the pink.
Green ball.
I'm sure Zhang has studied the table and was aware he only needed a frame, but he's playing properly. He's not, you know, just going for wild shots, because there's other people involved, in, of course Jack as well, in this. Saw similar earlier this week, Neil Robertson in Group 5. He'd been relegated, but still won his last match, you know, because there were other people who were depending on it. Oliver Lyons actually was one of them. He finished 5th. Well, that was thin.
There might be a chance of a cut into this left corner, but I'm not sure the cue ball would avoid the cannon on the pink. I think Xiao just had a closer look at that. Shouldn't be a problem in playing a decent safety though. Took a risk there. Oliver Lyons, he knew that one. Had to find the pocket. Would have been a pot that he'd expected to make though. I know there was a lot of pressure on it, but it wasn't far away from the corner pocket. But He was a long way away. And now he'll be wondering whether he'll get back to the table in this match.
Well, a big concern based on what he's seen in the match, and also black on the spot now. Red's available, so it's a definite chance for Xiao.
9.
The line's made a 134 in the first frame, but since then Xiang's made 91 and 130 in very similar positions in amongst them like this.
Seventeen.
He's not a flair player, Dom, is he? But he's got all these lovely shots that he plays.
He's a very good controller of the cue ball, Xiao. I think flair in snooker can be a very dangerous thing these days. You could get away with it, you know, a generation of players ago, but not now. You have to be very, very solid, very compact. And you do need to simplify the game the way that Xiao does, and Xiao Tom, Mark Williams and other players. It's a complicated game enough.
Three. For 2-1.
So he's got a useful lead, 35. Going to need 3 reds here, isn't he? So
49.
Still a little bit of work to do, but he's got some safe balls as well. The clearance would be tough for lines, even if he did break down.
Well, played for the red into the right centre there, and it has travelled far enough, the cue ball, for it to be cuttable. But he's a pretty good player with the rest, Xiao. He only stands at about 5 feet 3 inches high, so he's used to playing a lot of shots with the rest. So that red that's nearest the left corner there wouldn't be that difficult for Xiao, I'm sure.
55.
So he'll probably need it.
Meanwhile, it's gone 2 each with Weezer and Jack Jones. So Jack Jones, as he did against Oliver Lyons, coming from 2-0 down, because he won that match 3-2.
Surprised he's not looking at the blue. Yeah, because he could, if he played this with check side, probably drop onto that red near the right side cushion, but he may also have the angle to bring it into play. Still prefers the brown though, so I just wonder if he's playing, well, he'll certainly be playing for one of the reds near the left or right side cushion. Yeah, he was playing for the one closest to the left corner pocket there, but well, you can see that that's a little out of character for Zhang Anda to play a shot with that much power, and it's gone wrong. But Oliver Lyons, well, let's just say it's last chance saloon for him now.
Yeah, and it could be closing time in that saloon, I think. Gonna need a couple of reds though here.
As Dave suggested, just needs this one more red.
6.
That would put him 49 ahead with just 43 remaining, but this is a red that I feel he could take on. If it wobbles, it'll probably go along the top cushion and cannon into the pink and be safe. Well, he's gone up the cushion, but again, it's not bad.
6.
It's a very tough pot, but Oliver may take it on because he may feel it's his last opportunity to get back into this frame. Given himself a real chance here. He probably would have liked to have been able to hold for the pink here to play for that other red near the right cushion, but probably not straight enough on this, so may have to stun out for the black. Oh, he's played a beauty there. He's perfectly on this black to stun him behind that remaining red, and if he gets on that red, he may have a new favourite for this frame.
Well, he played to move it, didn't get on it, and he hasn't really put him in huge trouble with the safety either. And now he's snookered.
He is, yeah. That was a little bit fortunate from Zhang's point of view. He controlled that safety shot poorly. Look where the red finished. Oliver needs this red to slow down. It hasn't. It's potable.
Yeah, one good pot and it should be over. And of course it means Jack Lisowski will finish 5th, so Jack will come back for Group 7 tomorrow. So this pot should end proceedings. Well, we had the cue ball just stayed out with the perfect view there, didn't we, of Oliver watching it. Didn't sort of react, but this was very much side door, wasn't it? And then the cue ball perilously close to going in, but it stayed out.
It's very rare, isn't it, Dave? You see a red rattle in the jaws like that and still drop.
2 snookers needed without a colour, so I'm sure he'll play on if this doesn't go in. There's a glimmer, nothing more than that, but there is a glimmer.
Well, if he wanted to pot yellow, green, brown and blue, 1 snooker on the pink would be enough. And I'm only saying that because the pink is so close to the black, you'd be guaranteed to get a really good snooker. But if your opponents escape from it, to get a second snooker would be a big ask. And although that is a snooker, I don't think that Lyons expects Zangander to miss it. Can Oliver see enough of this yellow to stand him behind the pink and black here? Just too much action on the key ball. Fuller on the yellow would have done the trick.
Well, hell of a shot from Zhang, and that is surely that. So he's done his job, which was to win the match and ensure that he is in the playoffs. He only needed a frame to do that, of course, so when it went 1 each, he knew he was guaranteed. Oliver Lyons has played some good stuff over the last 4 days, but he will be relegated with Xiao Guodong, and Jack Lisowski will return in 5th place for Group 7 tomorrow and Saturday. But of course we're still waiting to see the exact placings because Wu Yiza and Jack Jones continues. It's 2-2 on table 2. There is the handshake, so it's Zangander who defeats Oliver Lyons 3-1, and that means that Zhang of course rubber stamps his qualification. So we know the 4 players, we're just waiting to see the exact placings. So this is how it stands at the moment with 1 match still to go. And, well, we're just waiting to see how Wu Yiza Jack Jones ends up in terms of who finishes where. Wu Yiza, of course, if he does win, obviously is top, 6 out of 6. But those placings can still change. If Jones wins, he'll go above Xiao Xingtong into 2nd. So let's go to table 2, and this is the position. Jack Jones, I mean, I know they're short matches, but he's developing a reputation as a bit of a comeback king, because, of course, he beat Lyons from 2-0 down. He was 2-0 down here, and he barely potted a ball. But he's 56 in front here with a chance. And just as we join it, it goes wrong.
Well, this is a chance, though, at least for Jack Jones to put a colour safe, because at the moment everything is potable. So he must put a colour safe for some insurance against his opponent getting in with an opportunity. Oh, what a bold shot choice that was. The shot choice of a player that knows he's already qualified, perhaps, Dave.
63.
Yeah, I think that's right, Dom. And also, you know, you might have to play 2 more matches tonight, so I guess there's no point, in a way, getting embroiled in a long safety battle. And that red should secure it. Terrific win, this.
64.
So by my reckoning, Jack Jones will finish second in the table and will play Xiao Xingtong in the semis, and Wu Yize therefore will play Zhang Anda.
$67.
Be interesting to see if the sort of, you know, the open approach
68.
continues in the knockout phase where you have to win, otherwise you start again in Group 7. It's been free-flowing, very heavy scoring, high-scoring group. Is that going to continue now as we head into the playoffs? We'll find out shortly.
75. $76.
Well, that's just it, isn't it? I mean, Jack's played this match. We both have, knowing that qualification was a certainty, but the mindset changes now. The semi-finals, a straight knockout, different type of pressure upon the players.
82. $83.
Xiao Xingtong's third appearance in the playoffs. Is it going to be third time lucky for him? Of course, Jack Jones and Zhang Anda came in this group. Wu Yize was in the first group of the week, Group 5. They're all playing well.
91.
Jack Jones always seems to play well. Of course, last year he made 32 centuries. He was in 7 groups of the Championship League.
Yeah, and was literally so shattered because of his exploits here at the Championship League. He had to pull out of the next group. He had nothing left.
Well, there's another century here at the Mattioli in Leicester for Jack Jones. So he'll be feeling great going into those semi-finals because he's turned this match around.
$103.
Yeah, he scored 12 points in the first 2 frames, but in the last 3, Wu Yize has scored 2 points.
107.
So the break ends at 107. It's a great comeback from Jack Jones. It means Wu Yize doesn't complete a clean sweep of 6 victories, but he still finishes top of the table going into the semi-finals here this evening. And that is how it is finished. So Wu Yize top. That means he'll play 4th placed Zhang Anda. Jack Jones will play Xiao Xingtong. Jack Lisowski comes back in 5th place tomorrow for Group 7. Xiao Guodong and Oliver Lyons are the relegated players. We'll have the semi-finals for you in 5 minutes' time.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Sharp makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Sharp has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Arcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steyer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! You need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! I ain't getting on with Jake Paul.
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk. Come talk. Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got. I'm going to make our company
Bigger and better.
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
So we've arrived at the knockout phase of Group 6 of the BetVictor Championship League. We have 3 Chinese players through to the semi-finals and a Welshman, Jack Jones. Jones and Xiao Zintong both finished on 4 points. They will contest one semi-final over on Table 2. As for the bill of fare on Table 1, it is Wu Yize, just coming off his first defeat in the group, up against Zhang Anda. So Zhang, Xiao and Wu are trying to join Se Zhao as a second Chinese player into the winners group next month. Jack Jones trying to become the first Welshman there. I'm afraid it's goodbye to Xiao Guodong after playing in 4 groups and Oliver Lines. Jack Lisowski just squeaks into 5th place, so he will be back for Group 7, the final regulation group, tomorrow. So here is Table 2, just for a few moments. I think Jack Jones has shown an awful lot of stubborn intent. And although Xiao Zintong, world champion, will be considered favourite for that match, Jones is a Championship League specialist who's well capable of carving out a result. We'll keep you right up to date, of course. Here on Table 1, though, it is the table topper, Wu Yize, against Zhang Anda. Clash of styles. Wu, spectacular. Zhang, well, the definition of solid. Tough to call, Dave.
Yeah, well, it was, of course, when they played earlier, it was 3-2 to Wu Yize, so that was a close one. Yeah, Zhang's been actually very impressive. I mean, that last match, he only needed 1 frame, but he didn't back away after winning it. Wu Yize, of course, has topped the group. He's only lost 1 match, and that was the one to Jack Jones just played. So I guess, you know, if you were going to price it up, Wu Yize would be favourite, but not by much.
Yeah.
And just a reminder, there's nothing arbitrary about how these semi-finals are contested. It is the player who finishes first in the group against the one who finishes 4th and second v 3rd.
Best of 5.
Who breaks?
Well, I don't know whether he's trying to break his hand there or what, but anyway, it's all very friendly as we start.
I haven't seen a handshake like that since Darren Morgan against Peter Ebdon at the Masters all those years ago. That was at the end of the match.
I was going to say, yeah, that's the only difference. That was at the end. Anyway, here we go. Quite a character, Xiao. I saw it yesterday. He was leaving the players' room and he had someone else's cue with him. He had to go back and give it back. There's the handshake. To be honest, you can go a bit stir crazy at the Championship League. It's happened to the best of us. We've seen so many long reds attempted, haven't we, like that, but that one was nowhere near.
Yeah, caught that one really, really thick. The red actually went into the cushion as opposed to the jaw. Well, not a bad pot, but he wanted to get hold of the cue ball more. I'm sure, considering the way he's approached this, he will take on the blue. But with his hand not in the normal place on the table because of the reds, this is really missable. If he does so, overcutting it is more likely. Oh, right into the heart. Brilliant.
I think his fan base is growing all the time. Of course, he won the International Championship this season, but to be quite a few sort of British fans maybe who don't follow every event. The Masters just recently would have been maybe their first time to really appreciate him. Of course, beat Sean Murphy on the opening afternoon, made the highest break, 137. Whitewash Xiao Guodong, and then lost in a decider in the semi-finals to Karen Wilson. He had a chance actually to win 6-4, a good one. But the way he plays and the sort of the bit of charisma he's got as well, I think he's definitely on a lot of people's radar now.
Yeah, definitely. He's got a sunny personality as well. Seems to really enjoy the game. And that's half the battle. It's not a chore, it's a pleasure. And the way he's gone about this early segment of the break underscores what a good scorer he is. He's tidied up where he needed to, got the green back on its spot. Taking the red away from the pink was also a good move.
24. Third. $31. 36.
Now that really was a good shot with an excessive amount of side spin to drop perfectly on the blue. The red closest to the black is proving a hindrance in two ways. One, it's blocking the black to the left-hand top pocket. And it's also almost blocking the path to pop the black to the right-hand top pocket.
Look at that deft little shot he's played there, though. That little cannon to be on this one. That was all control. Now opening the reds, just needs to land on a colour, which he's done very nicely, and the frame is at his mercy. I can't wait to see him at the Crucible. He'll be seeded this year. We'll see how he feels about that, how he plays, but I just feel he's going to be so dangerous there. Xiao Tong's potted 5 reds, 5 blacks at the start of the first frame against Jack Jones on table 2.
49.
Of course, the player who wins this group is going to be excused tomorrow and Saturday, but the 3 players coming in to Group 7, Leipei Fan, Jimmy Robertson and Ryan Day, they better have their scoring boots on, because the guys they're going to come up against over the course of this group, they've all been knocking in breaks for fun. .31 centuries in the group. Weir's got the chance to make it 32. Well, that's frame pretty much under wraps. Even though for the entirety of this break, Dave, the black has been unavailable.
He's played some nice shots, hasn't he? It's not all about the flair, it's about the control. In fact, it's much more about that. So this frame's definitely won. But here we go. Xiao Tong is still on this maximum attempt. We had 2 yesterday. Well, Yiza made the second. Of course, that was the first of his career. Xiao Guodong the first. Can it be a Chinese hat-trick? Xiao Tong's never made one in a professional tournament. Of course, he made a couple on the Q Tour last year. Yellow could be an issue, maybe, Phil?
Yeah, it was for Neil Robertson, wasn't it? In Group 5. He made 120 and then fell down on the yellow.
Yeah, he wildly lost position on it, actually. He ended up in the jaws of the yellow pocket playing it. But anyway, it's going to be last black to yellow, you would think. That's going to be the key shot.
104.
55.
$105.
It's incredible standard, isn't it, really?
The good thing for Xiao here, he's got a really nice angle on the black, and also the yellow isn't too far away from the green, so he might not have to force it.
Well, Williams has won that frame, so here we go.
120.
Hasn't he played that well? So now it's on Phil. He missed the last pink in a tournament in China this season. Easy as you like, just almost just didn't even look at it. Just assumed he would pot it. So he's going to give these everything, I'm sure.
3 pots away from the 21st 147 of the season. You heard that right.
134. $140.
He was a little off balance, but the black went in anyway. Maximum magic yet again from Xiao Xintong. When this tournament started in 2008, we never imagined we'd see 3 147s in a single group, but that's been the case in Group 6. Just terrific stuff.
I know, and it's funny because the two Latvian refs, the young lads who are coming over, doing a great job. They were sort of, wondering at the start of the tournament, will we referee a maximum? Well, it's sort of becoming old hat. They're becoming old hands at it. Brilliant from Xiao Xintong. He joins that club.
Yeah, an ever-expanding club, isn't it? Because it was Wu's first 147 in this group, not Xiao Guodong's.
Well, that one wasn't too close. Yeah, I mean, I think the evidence is there for us, isn't it? It's there from the 3 players who've made the maximums. It's there in the lineup for the semi-finals. The Chinese snooker revolution continues. We were fortunate enough to be there, myself and Phil, 21 years ago in Beijing, when Ding Junhui at the age of 18 won the China Open as a wild card. That started it. And the players he's inspired are now really representing their country so well themselves. Ding, of course, still a top player, but so many great talents have emerged. China invested in snooker and it's paid off massively, and there'll be more to come as well. That's guaranteed. It's been a bit of a boost of interest, obviously, since Xintong won the World Championship. The China Open returning next season. Huge event.
Yeah, the World Snooker Federation Junior Championships are taking place at the moment in Bulgaria. There is a card for the winner of that on the Pro Tour next season, and 2 Chinese players have made their way into the quarterfinals. Yeah, when Ding won that China Open, beating Stephen Hendry in the final, as Dave said, we were both there. We were both convinced it was going to lead to a reshaping of the game. The only surprise for me, it's taken 21 years. It's been a slower process than I imagined, but now the arrival is in full swing.
Yeah, the day he won that China Open, it was Xiao Xintong's 8th birthday, and he said he remembers just vague memory of it, just it being on in the house. He wasn't glued to it, but he was aware of it. As we see another cracking long red knocked in here from Zhang Anda this time.
Going into the bunch that way is always problematic.
16.
Yeah, just to underline how the Chinese are playing at the moment as a collective. I mentioned this earlier on today when I was commentating with Dominic, but I think it's worth a second airing. At the forthcoming World Grand Prix in Hong Kong, it's the top 32 points earners from the season. There will be a record 10 Chinese players there. Last season, record Chinese players at the Players' Championship with 5 and at the Tour Championship with 4. The numbers are undeniable. This season, they've had 3 big tournament winners. Xiao Guodong at the Wuhan Open, Wu Yize at the International Championship, Xiao Zhintong at the Riyadh Season Championship, and Zhou Yulong and Changbing Yu have been ranking event runners-up as well.
Lining up another long red. Oh, and it's worked out nicely. Well, I say that the queuing's a little difficult here. He has freed the black, but needs good queuing on it. But another great long red. Yeah, it needed good queuing and not quite on target.
Well, in Group 5 on Tuesday, we got the final we wanted. Selby against Xiao Zhintong. Wu Yize against Xiao Zhintong would be, to many folks' liking.
We got a bit distracted by the Xiao Zhintong maximum. Wu Yize's break was 91 in the first round. Ah, beautiful.
What I've noticed with Wu, he's very astute when it comes to picking out reds to pot, that open pathways increase positional options, and that's the basic tenet of break building. Maximise your options.
24.
You wouldn't say he's the most tactically astute player, but I think that will improve over time with experience.
Yeah, you tend to learn that game the hard way, don't you? From a few defeats Judd Trump did. I mean, when he started, I don't think he'd ever seen a safety shot. But has become a fantastic all-round player. Well, the world number 1.
32.
Wu Yize beat him from 4-0 down in that international championship. Then he beat Barry Hawkins 6-0, so he won 12 frames in a row against some of the best in the world there.
35. Six.
Not there yet, but it appears as though on table 2, Xiao Xintong is hurtling towards a 2-0 lead on a break of 60 against Jack Jones. If you're just joining us, in the first frame of that match, Xiao made a 147, the third of the group, the fifth of the tournament.
42.
Yesterday, when Wu potted the pink on his 147, he had a big smile on his face.
50.
You know, okay, we're not in Ali Pali or the Crucible, but it meant a lot to make a maximum in pro competition. I spoke to Matt Selt after he made his, and he said it's been a long ambition of mine to make one. It was his first. Chris Wakelin as well.
56.
One more red required for 2-0.
Strikes through the ball so well, Wu Yuza.
63.
Might well have won last season's English Open. He was well behind against Neil Robertson after the first session in the final. Produced a storming comeback. In the end, Robertson was a little lucky to get over the line.
69.
Three snookers needed, but this red removes any doubt.
It's a really useful asset to be able to switch hands, and Wu does it very handily. By the way, Xiao Xintong has followed his 147 with another century, this time a mere 124.
86.
The chances of a century here have pretty much receded. But then again,
93.
the standard in this group, Dave, has been off the charts crazy.
Incredible, yeah. And he's determined to make this century, isn't he? Not to be.
Yeah, just a couple of mundane breaks of 91 and 98 to take a 2-0 lead. He was scuppered, not in the nervous 90s, but just not quite able to get over the century mark. Nevertheless, he's in total control of the match, as is Xiao Xintong. So Jack Jones has already shown his fighting qualities today. but that could be his last shot of the group.
Yeah, I was about to say don't leave a long red on, but in fact he's gone in off. And brought a lot of reds into play.
Don't want to put the mockers on Xiao Xintong, but he's knocking this particular kind of shot time and again. Yeah, he loves that one. He really does, whether he's screwing back for the blue or just floating through for the black. That's one that fits his eye.
Eight.
Well, if he makes another century, whether it's in this match or maybe the final, then that'll be his 200th for his career. Back we go, 2-0 to Wu Yize in the other semi-final here. If it is to be Wu Yize Xiao Xintong, of course, that was 3-0 to Wu earlier today in the group.
16. 17.
In the first frame, Xiao missed a red from distance, quite thick to that same pocket. It cost him dear. Will this? The way Wu's playing, you would say yes. Another asset of Wu, his extraordinary reach. Really tall and able to crane over and play shots that others might need the rest for.
6.
Well, the future of the break was in doubt there for a while, but it's turned out okay. Just to whet your appetite, the sequence of reds and blacks from Xiao Xintong continues on table 2.
Well, obviously the black covered, which is not helpful at the moment. So it's a good chance, but he still has work to do here. This is one thing that's changed in the game, this idea of sort of constantly going into the reds, you know. I mean, players used to hold off until they're on sort of 40 or 50 before disturbing anything, but now, even when reds are open, it seems they can never be open enough.
The juxtaposition of red to black was very similar to how it was in the first frame when he made a 91 break, Wu. He solved that And he solved this.
Yeah, very clever, wasn't it? You know, he spotted the chance to open everything up. So now that issue I mentioned has gone. He pots this red, it opens the black up, and now it's a serious chance to win 3-0 and book that final place. Looking like it's going to be against Xiao Xingtong, although he has broken down, I think, Phil.
Yeah, he potted 7 reds, 7 blacks for 56, with the 4 points he also got from the foul shot that Jones committed. He leads by 60 points to 1 in the third frame.
So at the moment there's 3 players on a 147, so what's that, 166 quid and change each?
Yeah, to be punctilious, one of them should get £166 and 67 pence. Actually, two of them. I think, though, the way they're earning money on the snooker circuit these days, 1p will not make an awful lot of difference.
No, although I can think of a few players over the years to whom it would. Wu Yi's at that age where he just loves playing. I mean, obviously all the money is a reward, but it's not what he's thinking about. He's thinking about just enjoying himself. Saw him backstage, he had a big smile on his face, he's enjoying being here. And great to be able to play all these matches in one day as well, that are meaningful. It's not practice, there's something at the end of it. Placed in the winners group, maybe champion of champions as well, of course, if you do win the whole thing. Although he's in that already, isn't he, because he won the international championship. Which, he's missed the pink though. He's missed the pink. There's been a few balls strangely missed into that pocket today, so not over yet, this match. In fact, it's a good chance for Zhang, just when it looked over.
Yeah, the only thing against Zhang here is the fact that he is close to defeat, and also he's not had an awful lot of quality table time in the match thus far. But yeah, can't complain about this. Must have come as a surprise to be back at the table. Yes, in terms of the Champion of Champions, the International Championship winner gets in, so Wu Yizi will be there, so too will Mark Selby, doubly qualified through winning the Champion of Champions itself and the UK Championship. All of the rest of the players in the winners group so far, though, haven't made it to the Champion of Champions. They need a trophy to qualify. That would apply to Zhang, it would apply to Jack Jones.
Well, it's not good. I mean, he's not nicely on a red, but also he's tied a red up now with the pink. So, get the long stuff out, maybe pot this red, but he's not one safe. Well, it's a danger. This could be his last shot, because if he misses it, he's likely to leave it near the pocket, and of course Wu Yizi doesn't need the safe red by the pink because he's 21 points in front.
While I put the rest away, I can tell you that Jack Jones replied to Xiao Xintong with a break of 44, so Xiao leading by 60 points to 45 with 2 reds left in frame 3. 2-0 up, Xiao.
Seems the ball might have dropped out the pocket, so no great harm done.
And from Zhang Anda's perspective, an awful lot of good done there. Very good positional cannon. Now everything in the open. What a ball to miss.
I still thought that was in, you know, but it didn't drop. Thought it might wriggle in because the pockets have been taking them. It was a bit wide though.
Yeah, I think I'm with you, Dave, actually. Under normal circumstances, that was a no-chancer. But at that pace, yeah, the pockets have been a little friendly.
Well, he's not going to play some sort of swerve. He's going to take the other one on. So clearly he's got to get it because the other red's over the pocket. Must get this. And probably fancies getting it. Yeah, and now golden chance to get the match won 3-0 and put himself in the final of the group. And he's played it so well. I mean, he won 5 out of 6, of course, only lost in a decider in the 6th match.
Well, by playing the deep screw, he took the uncertainty of the jaws out of the equation. But that's end of contribution. So Zhang has life.
Yeah, he's got him. It's all happening across both tables. Xiao Xingtong has made a maximum, has his chance here, 3 in front on the green against Jack Jones to win 3-0. Zhang Anda, meanwhile, he's got to hit the yellow, but also, of course, hope not to leave it on. It's a good hit. I mean, it's not bad. He has left a chance, and Wu Yizi does knock these in, but he's not guaranteed to pot it. Xiao Xingtong still going, meanwhile. He needs brown, which just drops, and the blue, and he'll just about pip Wu Yizi into the final.
Spare a thought for Jack Jones. He's battled so hard to be in the semi-finals, and then in around half an hour, his chance is gone.
20 in the frame, match, Xiao Xingtong.
Xiao Xingtong into the final with a 3-0 win, highlighted by a 147 over Jack Jones. The outcome of the other semi-final, though, remains open to question.
Well, he's been very lucky there, hasn't he? I mean, he's missed it by a mile, but he's fluked to snooker. But I suppose from Zhang Anda's perspective, at least he hasn't potted it.
So with a 13-point lead, Wu needs yellow, green and brown. Zhang right now needs all 6 colours.
Well, he tried to get the snooker, but he hasn't, so he's left the pot on.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before about being a little weak when it comes to the tactical department. You could see the concept behind the shot, but it was risky going across the face of the pink.
Well, the brown's gone safe, so that is something that Xiao will hold on to here. Wu is as tall, but it's still a big stretch, this yellow. Yeah, helps to be tall, but the brown is the issue now.
Yeah, ironically, Wu is good with the rest, but he doesn't use it very often because A, he's got that reach, as Dave said, and B, he's good left-handed. What a try, what a try. Oh, this is simply superb, sumptuous.
Well, bearing in mind the standard, I reckon that's the shot of the week. Look at this. And he just needs the brown. Sensational stuff. What exciting talent. So now he has got the rest out, and this is effectively for victory.
Yeah, all very well, those spectacular shots when nothing's on the line, but the frame most certainly was there. And even though Wu was still at the table, Xiao knew the game was up. And so, what a final in prospect. Both Wu Yize beating Xiao and Xiao Xintong overcoming Jack Jones. Both have won 3-0, and now they'll go head-to-head for the right to be called the Group 6 champion. That match is coming up in around 5 minutes' time.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League Pool winner.
Elisha Xiao makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biardo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Xiao has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, I'm the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! You need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk! Come talk! Come talk!
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got. I'm going to make our company
Bigger and better.
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
Much like the final of Group 5 2 nights ago, I think it's fair to say the final of Group 6 will feature the best two players in this group. Wu Yize against Xiao Zhintong should be very entertaining. This is what they're playing for. The winner of each group gets a £3,000 bonus, the runner-up £2,000. Of course, you get £100 per frame won in the round-robin phase, but it's £300 per frame won in the playoffs. So by winning their respective semi-finals, they earn £900 each. The high break is £500, but that's being split at the moment 3 ways because of 3 147s. One from Xiao Guodong, one from Wu Yize, and the latest from Xiao Zhintong. Obviously, the money increases considerably when we get down to the winners group, which is going to be taking place here at the Mattioli Arena next month. The referee is Natalia Gradinari. It's again best of 5 frames. So who will join in the winners group?
First frame.
Tom Ford, Elliot Slesser, Sergio Way, Matt Selt, and Mark Selby. Well, I think after they both played in the semi-finals, Dom, we could be in for a treat here.
Well, how are these two players going to replicate their respective forms of those semi-final matches? Goodness knows how. 3-ball plant was attempted there by Wu Yize, and what a plant it was, and how unlucky he was there not to be on the black. But he does have the pink, but look at the way he's opened the reds here. The pressure on this pink to knock this in is immense, because it could be a frame winner.
What?
Now, is the pink spot occupied? It is, so it goes on the black spot, which is not exactly what Wu Yize was hoping for, because now, of course, the black doesn't pot to the right corner.
Now, normally you'd say that was a snag, catching that red on the way back, but he's so good at this recovery blue.
13. 14.
Just admiring the bridge hand there of Wu Yi's on that previous shot. There's a terrific span of his fingers, from his thumb to his little finger. See it there now, look at that, that's extraordinary. You'd be good at stride piano, Phil.
Yeah, it's like a rather large starfish. I don't know about the fish, he's definitely a star. But even for a potter like Wu, that shot was always going to be a tester.
Of course, earlier today, Wu Yi's defeated Xiao Xintong comfortably, actually, but Xiao Xintong got in first in the majority of the frames, and just broke down when he looked good, and well, we've seen nothing like that from Xiao Xintong since then. He looks in absolutely imperious form at the moment.
So many incentives for Xiao. Obviously, he wants to win the match for pride purposes, financial purposes, but also he wants to seal his place in the winners' group as quickly as possible. And if he does win this match, he will have 2 days off.
Well, he didn't get on the previous red, ideally. Couldn't avoid cannoning into other balls there, and I don't think this black pot's. It did. Well, I would never have dreamt that that black would have potted past that red, but it would go. But he's missed it. What damage has he done?
The wry smile on Wu Yi's face suggests nothing in terms of a pot being left. Indeed not.
And maybe that's why Xiao Xintong took the black on, because he was playing for the red next to it, which of course would have gone had the black been potted. So quite a judicious shot choice in the end from Xiao Xintong.
What a lovely kiss. Well, it is for Xiao. It's a horrible kiss for Wu because of the fact that the reds are opened up. If they were all in a pack, this wouldn't be too much of a concern.
Look out, free ball. Oh, he's okay. Goodness me, if that keyboard had cannoned into the brown, it could easily have been a free ball. But he'll be certainly mindful of that second time around. I'd have to ask the question though, if I were to lodge the cue ball up against the red closest to the pink, would it be safe? Well, it wouldn't be bad. He didn't look at it though.
Good refereeing from Natalia Gradinari, the cue ball being put back exactly where it was before, and she had the presence of mind to replace the brown, which moved just a fraction. As it does this time. Again though, swerves a free ball.
thought the cue ball was a little closer to the yellow, but no, everyone seems happy. Oh, much closer this time, just a fraction away. You don't mind if you give 12, 16, even 20 points away in this situation, because the most important thing is to flick the red and leave things safe, because the position of the balls, 15, 20 points disadvantage in the scores isn't too much of an issue.
The last thing that Wu wants to do is overcompensate and hit the red too thick. So he's making infinitesimal adjustments.
No, if he were to have that cue ball cleaned, it would probably just skid a whisker more off the cushions and he'd probably play it perfectly.
The veteran speaks. Well, Groundhog Day is coming up soon in the United States. This is Groundhog Day with this shot. Well, it was worth the wait in the end. As Dom said, the trade-off, 20 points, okay. But he's avoided colossal damage.
Well, with the black so close to that left-hand corner, this could be a rather lengthy frame if both players continue to play decent safety shots. And that's a good one, particularly if the blue blocks this red near the black spot. Oh, he hasn't quite got him behind the brown. So Xiao plays this well. Uyeza could be in trouble. Pink could be causing a problem. That's a super safety from there.
You're right, this group has seen everything. 33 centuries, 3 maximums, so many great pots. The one thing we haven't seen, a real dogfight, a marathon frame.
Oh, he's played a peach of a shot there. He really has, just a fraction harder. Xiao Xintong would have been snookered.
But the black acting as the goalkeeper in front of that pocket means that both have straightforward safety options.
He'd love to play the red by the pink, but if he chops it across towards that red and the black, if it catches the underside of the red near the black, he could pot the black. So he's just got to be a little careful here. Oh, he's potted it directly. I think he knew the moment he struck it that he didn't play it well and was hoping in the end that the black didn't drop, but it did. Now as he left a red on.
Well, that solves the impasse, if you can call it an impasse. I think the blue is blocking multiple balls to Wu's relief.
Problem is, when you play these safety shots, reds will cannon into other reds, and you'll never know exactly where everything's going to finish. If it's your lucky day, you might fluke a red. Oh, what on earth did he play there? Did he intend to play that? If he did, it's a touch of genius, because that red going into baulk makes things rather awkward now for Xiao Xintong. Oh, this frame could go on forever.
Given the way these two approach snooker, given the way they've played so far in this group, in the tournament as a whole, one phrase I never expected in the final. This frame could go on forever, but I know where you're coming from. It's very atypical to what's gone before.
It's probably a new experience for these two to play this many safety shots.
Yeah, the length of frame could well be the lengthiest of the entire group. Obviously, one of the most important. This is the final, after all. And in a best of 5, you want to get off to a encouraging start.
So red on into the right centre, I wonder. Mind you, even if it would pop, I don't think the angle's any good to get onto a colour from it. Oh, most unusual frame at the beginning of this final of Group 6 here. But as Phil has already alluded to, neither of these players would enjoy coming back for the remaining group, Group 7, which will begin tomorrow at 11 AM. Be another 2 days of group matches, and it's hard work, isn't it, Phil?
Yeah, if this was a dead round-robin match where both knew they were okay in terms of qualifying for the semi-finals, I'm sure this issue would have been resolved by now, but both quite correctly unprepared to take undue risk. And Wu's played that one really nicely.
Problem is, with those 4 reds near the left-hand side cushion, it's easy to play off those. In fact, he could see another red. But now there are 2 reds in baulk, that really does prohibit players from playing up there, because if there was just 1 red in baulk, you could knock it back down this end of the table, leave the cue ball in baulk and play a decent safety, but, well, you can't do that now. Our referee there, Natalia Gradinari, wasn't expecting the first frame to be like this. And I just wonder if this type of snooker will blunt these players' potting abilities, because it can easily have that effect on your game.
Now the frame opening up before our eyes, but still no chance has presented itself.
Might do shortly though, because that's a beautiful safety from Wu Yu. So I have to say, having observed the play of the last few minutes. Both these players are fairly evenly tactically minded. They both know their way around a snooker table. Xiao Tong has a little bit of a problem here. This is not an easy safety. Played it well, had to risk what could have been a double kiss on that red that he played.
Yeah, you make a good point, Tom. You'd never describe these two as tactical maestros, but their safety play in this exchange has been more than adequate. Both keeping the other at bay.
Very important there to get the cue ball tight on the bulk cushion. He's managed that. Xiao Tong could play the red that Wu Yiz has just played and try and get the cue ball in behind pink and black, but there are other shots available. Oh, he's tempted the pot. It went past over the two reds. Wow, what a pot that is. Oh, that could be a frame winner. Already 16 points to the good with the yellow to follow.
And that is just confirmation of what we all know. It's all very well keeping things tight, but ultimately the biggest hammer is the potting hammer. If you can knock them in, you're going to be a rich and very successful snooker player.
9.
Now, is he straight enough on the black to screw in behind the two reds closest to that left-hand centre pocket? Because they'll pot into the right corner, they'll pot into the right centre. No, too much angle on the black, and this cue ball needs to slow down quickly. Oh, he's just okay.
Came to the table with a 15-point lead. That's now been increased to 37.
22.
And where the remaining reds are, Xiao looking good to win the first.
28.
The blue would put him 49 ahead, so you would still need one more red in the colour. But being left-handed, this shouldn't be any great issue, Dom.
34.
No, I don't expect it to be. May have the confidence to screw back again for the blue here from this red. Well, he has missed it. Well, I never. I'm amazed.
34.
Yeah, ditto. Where the balls are, obviously Xiao still holding all the aces, but that was a real surprise. And it could be a miss he regrets.
Just beautifully guided in. Choice of pink or black. One good positional shot here. And we could be in 4. Very competitive frame come the end of it.
Yeah, Xiao not holding all of those aces now. Most certainly not. Especially if this red will squeeze by.
Decision time now for Wu Yize. He can play for the possible red, the lower one of the two, or he can cannon into them. Chose the latter option. That red needs to stop. It may cut in. I think it might.
So many frames come down to who pots a really awkward last red, and that's going to be the case with this one. No attempt to remove the red, just dropping in behind it, so
19.
We might see here, yeah, the ambidextrous skills of Wu, just switching hands.
Well, I think a natural left-hander would screw back for the blue from this red. I don't know if Wu Yize has the confidence to play that. Oh, he did. And how well he cued that. Absolutely like a dream. Do you know, it never ceases to amaze me, Phil, the degree of ambidexterity of these players these days.
Yeah, and when it comes to the facet of the game you're talking about, Dom, he's near the top of the list. He's really good left-handed. What a frame this would be to steal. Remember, Xiao looked like winning it. Missed a red we expected him to pot to the green bag.
27.
As for Wu, he's perfect on the green. Needs them all, but with the 4 remaining colours on the spot, Xiao will be quite pessimistic.
34.
But that's a half mistake. The pot shouldn't be a problem, but he's now got to rebound the cue ball off the top cushion and back up for the pink. Adjustment of pace is always the issue here, but not in this case. He's played it well.
What a way to launch the final, a 52 clearance to plunder the opening frame on the black. Wu Yize looked on more than one occasion in the first frame as though he was going to lose it. In fact, he leads the world champion 1-0. So, 1 down, 2 more to go for Wu. That must be a psychological blow for Xiao Xintong. Yes, he's very laid back, we know that. And he's won plenty of matches over the course of the last 4 days, having surrendered the first frame. It wasn't so much losing it, it was the way he lost it.
Yeah, absolutely. If you imagine 2 boxers and one of them lands a bit of a heavy blow on the other, it's not as easy to bounce back from that. And that's a psychological blow that's been inflicted on Xiao Xintong there. And, you know, he's not only psychologically must he recover from it? Of course, he's a frame down now as well, so he's got to win potentially 3 out of the next 4 frames, otherwise he'll be returning tomorrow for our remaining group 7. So in these best of 5 frame sprints, if you lose the first frame, the pressure on you to win the next one's immense. And if Xiao Xintong doesn't win this second frame, he'll be 2-0 behind at the point of no return.
Second frame. With it to break.
That's a good break off from Wu Yize, albeit there is a possible red on for Xiao Xintong, but having lost that first frame, will he knock it in? Oh, of course he will.
I have never seen in all my years anyone as consistently good at that shot, whether he's taking the cue ball forward or screwing back if he gets the chance when it's further away from the top cushion. Never seen anyone as good as Xiao, although he did miss the positional cannon there. He's dynamite on that particular red.
It's right up his street, that type of shot, though. He loves to stroke balls in, and that's exactly what he was able to do there. Now, can he make a plant with these 2 reds, I wonder? Oh, yes, easily. And a good angle here on the brown to crash into the pack of reds. Well, I'll say a good angle on the brown. I thought the cue ball would run on an extra 2 or 3 inches. Perhaps he's a little straight on the brown. Maybe the yellow was the shot to play. But it's a thinner cut, and it is missable. Needs a bit of luck. I'm not sure he can get past the black.
Just makes things happen. Now, I've noticed in Group 5 and here, that's one shot that does bother him. When he's running through like that with the cue ball a little close to the side cushion and he's playing with topspin, he's missed the black an awful lot and he's missed it by overcutting. That's been a recurring theme. He's done that 4, 5, 6 times.
Something I've noticed with Xiao Xintong when I've commentated on him, when he's low on the black and he's playing a delicate cutback, he's prone to decelerate sometimes and overcut those as well. Oh, that's worked out well. That's the bit of luck that you need. You only cannon 1 red out of the pack there. But it's finished right over the centre pocket. Oh, he has a good angle here on the black to power it in and go into the pack of reds. Oh, that could have finished better, but he does have a red to the green pocket and he can screw the cue ball back for the black into the right corner from it.
Yes, and Wu Yize is a dab hand, as I mentioned before, at these recovery pots to distant ball pockets. Not on this occasion.
I really thought he'd knock that in, I have to say. And he missed it by a lot further than I thought he would if he was going to miss it. That's a good ball though from Xiao Xintong. So he's back in here in a frame that he really needs to win.
Six. Seven.
Yes, it's a frame he needs to win, and it's now a frame he should win. Bang in prime position.
13. $20. 21. $28. 29.
Xiao let the opening frame slip through his fingers. Hard to imagine he would do the same here.
36. 37. 44. 45.
The black and one more red needed.
Just overhit that, but he can easily play the cue ball around the angles between the yellow and the brown and come down for this red that's in picture there. Well, played an entirely different shot and it's gone wrong. So
60.
Hopes of another century break in this group beginning to evaporate.
Wu missed a red from distance to a baulk pocket. Xiao stepped in with 60 to equalise. The final living up to expectations. It is 1-1. It's going to be a busy time for Xiao Xintong. Busy time for a lot of the top players, because after Group 7 is over on Saturday, our attention turns to the German Masters at the Tempodrome in Berlin, the first world ranking event of 2026, and directly from there, then there's a day off, and big time pro snooker hits Hong Kong, the World Grand Prix, the top 32 point earners from the season. Obviously, Xiao and Wu will be there. After that, it's the winners group here. Then we have the Players' Championship, Welsh Open, World Open, Tour Championship, and it all culminates with the World Championship at the Crucible in late April.
That cue ball needs to keep running. I think it's just about done enough to prevent Wu Yizi from taking on this red to the right corner, but I'm interested in those other two reds to the right of the pink. They may well be a plant for that same corner pocket. Can't see them though to play it. Can he see enough of this red? No, he couldn't see enough of it. He had to play a partial swerve there around the green, and goodness me if he's got away with that. He's been very lucky.
Yeah, even the blue, it seems, blocking Xiao's path to the potting angle on this red. Just containment, that's all he had.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, we'll soon find out if those two reds are a plant, because they've been left here. They can't be. Oh, they're not far away, are they? But now, if they'd been set for the bottom draw, they most certainly could have been made, but not from the top draw. Much too thick on the safety shot there, and it does put pressure on yourself when you know that you're about to play a thick safety to bring balls into play. You know you have to get a good cue ball, and he caught that all wrong.
And what we've just witnessed there is often the difference at the highest level. Wu made a mistake and got away with it. Xiao committed an error and did not.
Wu immediately playing for the red just below the black, because in potting that, the black becomes available into the same pocket. But he needs to be careful positionally here. Screwed through the gap, but he's the wrong side of the blue. But there is that red that's near the right corner as a bit of a fail-safe. Those two reds just below the pink as well look to be a plant for the right corner. Well, I don't think he intended to have to play this red next to the black. He's got to be a little careful here with the cue ball. And he's certainly not going to be happy with that, Phil.
Yes, trying to find a certain zone, and he was short of where he wanted to be. Good pot, and as well held as he could have hoped for.
20.
Yeah, much easier to play for a bulk colour off this red because it's still rather thin. Still struggling, isn't he, just to get perfect position, but he couldn't have played that much better.
Yeah, he didn't pot that red cleanly, but in fact it's done him a favour, hitting it as thick as he did. It means the cue ball's in centre table, so choices.
Has he spotted those two reds yet below the pink? They looked in a previous camera shot to be a plant to me. You can see them there, they look pretty dead set.
25.
Well, for the last few shots, he's built up his air miles, travelling so much, but now he's back in amongst them.
34.
Oh, he's going well here. Can play for the red closest to the black now. Get that out of the way, and then the black will pot into both of its corner pockets. And as Phil suggested, he's done all the hard work now. Things beginning to look a little easier for Wu Yize.
41.
Of course, the many fans of Xiao Xintong will be maybe hoping that Wu wins this, because that would mean Xiao coming back for Group 7 tomorrow. Now, did he just dig into the cue ball enough there to cause problems?
But surely those reds are a plan. He's looking at them now, because as Phil's suggesting, he may not have run far enough for the pink. The red, sorry, that's beyond the pink. Now he's looking at that, so doesn't seem to like that plant. But in goes the red, and he's back in perfect position now.
Yeah, maybe keeping the plant for a rainy day, because you're right, Dom, it's on. And even if it isn't 100% set, it's one of those shots you can easily manipulate.
58.
Well, he may well play a cannon into the reds here to hold for the red just above the black. So that's got rid of the plant. Now he had to make sure that he caught those reds correctly to be on this red.
65.
And he obviously is. So just this red and any colour required to go within a frame of winning Group 6 here at the BetVictor Championship League. Here was that cannon that was played a couple of shots ago. Nearly went behind a red there. Well, there must be something about Wu Yize's game that doesn't suit Xiao Xintong, because we got the better of him quite comfortably earlier today. And he's doing so here.
81.
Has to play the green. He can come down this left-hand side of the table for the two reds below the pink. Played it beautifully. Standard of snooker that we've seen in this group is, well, it's the greatest I've seen. 3 maximums over 20 centuries. Been an incredible group.
86.
Yeah, I think it's in terms of standard, the best group we've ever had in the Championship League, whether that be ranking your invitation.
93.
I think, though, Phil, it's testament as well to these Rasson tables. I mean, they're both playing absolutely beautifully, and the speed of the bed of the table as well is exceptional.
That is Wu's 6th century of the group.
101.
And the 34th in total.
102.
All 7 players involved have made multiple centuries.
107.
Jack Jones, likewise responsible for 6.
109. 112. 113.
Wu Yize made the ultimate total clearance last night against Oliver Lyons, a 147. No total clearance this time, but his break of 127 stylishly propels Wu Yize into a 2-1 lead. The world champion, if he's going to win Group 6, has to win the closing 2 frames. Yeah, the general standard in this tournament has been off the charts, and I think Dom's hit the nail on the head. The conditions have been absolutely conducive to wonderful scoring. 134 centuries we've had, and Group 6 isn't quite over yet. I was looking at last year's Invitation Championship League, and the total number of centuries was a record 177. So that could be under threat, because we've got 2 more groups to come. And of course the winners group features all of the informed players. But if someone had said to you, Dom, when your career began, you would see a season where there's 21 147s compiled and we're 4 months away from the conclusion of the season, you wouldn't have believed it.
No, absolutely never. Because at that time when I turned pro in '92, there were probably only half a dozen players around that were capable of making a 147, probably. Not even that.
So can Wu slam the door?
Just a slight deceleration again as he struck through that cue ball. That's why. Missed it on the thick side, I feel. Maybe we're talking fractions, but it's such an exacting science potting balls over distance. Everything has to be just so. Swapping hands yet again, Wu Yize. And he looks exactly the same with his opposite hand as well. He strikes the ball and times it just the same way. Amazing.
He's got some tough matches coming up. German Masters, he plays Jordan Brown, former Welsh Open champion. He plays Anthony McGill in the first round of the World Grand Prix. Welsh Open up against Ben Mertens in his first match. I was going to say, the way he's playing here, he's a handful for literally anyone. Has he been fortunate there? Has he obtained position on the black? Because at one point he thought he'd messed up.
I'm still not convinced. Does he need to play this with a trace of side? Oh, he isn't doing. Played it the way he wanted to play it. So it was on Phil, yeah, right. Must admit, it looked to me as though he had overrun.
16.
Yeah, I think when the cue ball was running, he was genuinely worried he was going to be blocked out. Now, he's in to win. And as always, Dom and myself, we don't look at the table in instances like this. We look at the player's face. And there's no reaction, so he's okay.
25.
I'm also looking at the position of the Reds. We've seen 3 maximums. I mean, couldn't really ask for the balls to be in better positions. They'll still need developing, but they're configured beautifully for developing these Reds.
Well, one player has made 2 147s in the same championship league. Mark Davis a few years back, but never in the same group. What a way it would be to cap 2 days of spellbinding action.
A rather awkward angle on that red. He had to punch it in and use a side cushion. Now he may be a little straight on the black to go into the reds, but he could still screw off a side cushion for the red furthest left. Needs to slow down. He's okay. Now it could be the time to leave an angle on the black to screw into them now. He's running out of loose reds that he can play for. That's perfect, but he doesn't want too much arc of the cue ball. When it cannons into the reds, it'd be better if it doesn't do a lot after the cannon. That's why he played it delicately, and that's worked out beautifully.
56.
Some players would have played this with more pace, but then you risk getting too much backspin on the cue ball and it screws back into the reds and you land nowhere, but he's judged that nicely. Didn't really want to cannon the black, but he's still okay, still has a good angle on this black.
What I think it would be. Wu making his first 147 in pro competition yesterday, making his second 24 hours later. Well, first things first. 6 reds left, 75 on the table, so 1 more red required to win frame and match.
He did just overrun for that previous black though. Tried to cannon the red below the pink and couldn't get enough backspin into the cue ball because the black was too thin. 1 ball away from making frame and match safe.
No thoughts of any kind of caution. Held for the black. Brilliant. That's the ball to win frame, match and group. And yet he played it as though he was playing in a practice knock.
Well, Phil, I'm curious as to how he managed to hold for the black there, because it didn't look possible. So did he nearly go in off and wobble the cue ball in the jaws?
We don't finish with a 147. 80 break, 67 on. Xiao coming back, but it's a forlorn hope. My good pal Neil Folds won't mind me reminding everyone, he once made an 80 break. 10 reds, 10 blacks. Took a liberty to try and make a 147 and lost the frame in question to Willie Thorne in the English Professional Championship, I think it was.
8.
That's the record for highest break
9.
to lose a frame.
16. 17.
Very little in Xiao Zhintong's favour here, apart from the fact he could get down to one red, and the red in question would be very useful to lay a snooker in behind the pink.
24.
Absolutely.
25.
If Xiao Zhintong pulls this off, I'll be astonished. So if he pots the black, he'll be 48 points behind. So he needs a free ball, but he'll need an extra snooker as well. Now, he may be okay here. He can stun in tight behind the pink, but he wants to play that red as close to the yellow as he can. That red needs to bounce. No, it's not close enough to the yellow. There's virtually no likelihood here of a free ball, even if Wu Yize doesn't contact the red.
A little narrow, so that's 4 penalty points. Just a flicker of hope. And now, of course, a snooker with a free ball. That would be sufficient.
Well, if Wu... Oh, he can't. I was about to suggest if Wu Yize could see the red, he'd be better off trying to cut it into the yellow pocket to try and force Xiao Zhintong to knock it in.
Well, what a strange mishap.
Well, I'll try and explain what I think happened there. He's played a very slow swerve around the black, and all that right-hand side against the nap pushed the cue ball to the left and into the yellow there. It's very complicated the way the weave of the cloth works, but if you play from bulk down to this black spot end, if you play a shot with left-hand side, the cue ball will move to the left. But it works the opposite way around when you're playing towards the bulk end. Any right-hand side pushes the ball to the left, and left-hand side pushes the cue ball to the right. It's the opposite way around.
So 2 possibilities here for Xiao to snatch this one from nowhere. He needs 2 more snookers, or 1 snooker and a free ball. And look at this one. What a peach.
It is a peach, Phil. And I think Wu Yize needs to come off this top cushion first here. Come off the right-hand side cushion and slowly towards the red. He mustn't leave a free ball here. Making a bit of a mess of this frame now. And this isn't an easy hit. That red is nowhere near a cushion rail. Oh, too much pace. Too much pace. Chance of a free ball. Big chance of a free ball. Oh, he's just avoided it. It's not a free ball by a matter of an inch.
Wu Yize can breathe again. Remember, seems like just a few moments ago, Xiao Zhintong was 80 points to 0 behind. He needed 4 snookers. He's got 3 of them. And now Wu is thinking, why did I go for that 147? Why did I just lock down in the frame, batten down the hatches?
Well, I must confess to being a little surprised that Xiao Zhintong decided to continue. But what a shot he's played here as well. I think he's got him behind the black, you know. He has. And this is a very tricky snooker to escape from. He may have to go directly off the left-hand side cushion and towards the green and the red, but he's got to miss the green to hit the red. Problem is now, if he misses it, Xiao Tong can win the frame.
They say you learn from experience. The 22-year-old will learn from this, regardless of whether he wins or loses this frame. What a contact. But he's not out of the woods yet.
That was some shot, you know, because if you look at the cue ball here, watch this skid off the cushion. There you go. It went low towards the green and then arced on the cloth and actually made contact with the red because of that arc. Beautifully judged. But this time I think Xiao Tong has not laid a difficult snooker. But these are uneasy moments for Wu Yize, who desperately wants to win this group and avoid having to come back tomorrow.
Of course, Dom, when you won your first ranking title, the Grand Prix, you won a match, I think, in the last 16 when you needed, was it 2 snookers on the brown?
Goodness me, well remembered, yes, against Dave Harold, I think it was. I pipped him 5-4, and I won a satellite ranking event, the PTC actually it was, and I needed, well, 3 snookers, was it? I remember being 54 behind in the final against Martin Gould with 43 on. So I needed 3 snookers, yeah, and got those and won.
Yeah, I remembered that, and I'm sure Dave Harold remembers it as well, because basically he'd won. Well, some relief from the stress for Wu. And now, total relief, because the handshake will come. He's all smiles now, Wu Yize, so is Xiao Tong. I think if that frame had gone against him, the emotion would have been very, very different. He potted 10 reds, 10 blacks. He led 80-0. In the end, he was delighted to stumble over the line with that double on the last red after the world champion tried so hard to force a decider. And so, Wu Yize is our Group 6 champion in the BetVictor Championship League. The positive point about that is that we get to see Xiao Tong playing Group 7 tomorrow. Our newcomers tomorrow will be Ryan Day, Jimmy Robertson and Lei Pei Fan. We'll be back here at the Mattioli Arena at 11 o'clock in the morning. Hope to have your company then. Here, the big news, apart from all the 147s and all the centuries, Wu is through.
63. 64. 70.
89.
71.